Muted.
Happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us on an Overreaction Monday here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Your old buddies Chip and Zay. And Zay, what a weekend. What a weekend.
Yeah,
Detroit
man.
Lions get screwed again.
Screwed? That's a heavy word. We're going with screwed.
The first offensive pass interference call on my man Isaac Tesla.
What, the little rug?
Shoved him into the other Steelers DB. How's that a penalty?
You got to sell it, Tesla. That's a rookie mistake.
Yeah.
You got to sell it. Oh!
Right, I'm trying to get through here. I got places to go. Instead, he gets shoved, and they can't believe Amon-Ra St. Brown is that open.
Yeah.
And so they're like, yeah, we got to throw the flag. Something bad happened over there.
Yeah.
But, hey, at least they scored more than 3 points.
Damn, that's a shot, man.
Aggies.
You know,
Aggies.
Hey, A&M volleyball. Hopefully they're celebrating that, right? Yeah, give them a flex for that.
That was impressive.
What a run.
Hey, A&M volleyball.
Yeah, get that OLIPOP out, man.
A&M volleyball is the new A&M football.
Yeah.
So, OLIPOP to the Aggies volleyball national champions. They dusted. Who was it? Kentucky?
Yeah.
3-0.
Yeah.
Did A&M lose a set to anyone other than Nebraska?
Yeah, they made it look easy. And shout out to this guy celebrating the volleyball championship. Obviously, this was meant for football, but who knows? It could have been meant for anything. And the last option was A&M volleyball to make this fool not look like a straight up idiot. And they took care of business. Yeah, that volleyball team, impressive. But we know the Aggies don't care about that. We know deep down they don't care about that, which is a shame. They should. They really should. Those girls, that's one of the best volleyball teams I've seen. They beat 3 number 1 seeds on their way to a national championship, but they don't feel that because they know what reigns supreme. It is what it is. And 3-point chip, that ain't good enough, man. That ain't good enough. And I told you, Colin Klein's mind, where was it at? Because you could argue it's already in Manhattan. He's thinking about, man, how's my roster going to look? I can't be worried about being here in College Station. Let's get this over with. Because that's the way that offense looked. That's the way Marcel Reed looked. Just Texas, they threw out the blueprint. I'm talking about serious blueprint. Jay-Z 2001 album blueprint on what to do, how to beat A&M. Make number 10 beat you. Gotta force them to. Gotta force them to drop back and make throws. No play action. Stop all that run stuff. Stop all that before it even tries to get going. Make the game very murky. That's what they did.
And Mario Cristobal stuck with the run.
Look at that.
Mark Fletcher, I said, man, you got that offensive line. You got Mark Fletcher, run the rock. And they did. They didn't have to put it in Carson Beck's hands.
Oh, because he didn't want it, Chip. He ain't want that.
Their kicker sure didn't want it.
Yeah, if Bert's not beating him out, then what are we doing?
I thought Bert might get a chance in that game the way things were going.
That tells me everything I need to know about what they think about Bert Auburn. Because, Lord, if homeboy's out here going 1 for 4 and Bert ain't even getting the sniff, which, to my man's defense, the wind was howling.
howling.
The wind was nuts at Calvary.
Nuts.
And that definitely affected the quarterback play, but still, yeah, the wind didn't help my man from Miami. And damn, A&M, they hurting as they should be. Like,
and then Ruben Bain with a profanity-laced tirade from the locker room towards old Mike Elko and the offensive line. Number 60, F you too.
Yo, Ruben Bain looks like an extra on the show Good Times, man. That old-looking brother, the hairline's crazy, the mustache is nuts, but that's a grown-ass man, and they shouldn't have pissed him off. Like Mike Elko, it's weird shit because usually when you have offensive linemen, which A&M's offensive line, they've been solid. But when you have offensive linemen, especially ones that you allow to speak to the media, you would hope they don't stick their foot in their mouths. Yet A&M offensive linemen are always talking. You know what I'm saying? They were talking about Texas, talking about, classless program or whatever the hell he said. But they were going cowards. There we go. Thank you. Cowards. Called them cowards. Why? Why are you saying things like this? Fast forward to this past week. They were asked about Ruben Bain. The guys are saying, we ain't paying him no mind. We ain't worried about him. These are supposed to be your smartest guys. Offensive linemen are the smartest players on your team. And again, Mike Elko, you're having these guys speak to the media, so you would hope, hey, guys, please don't say nothing stupid. Please don't give our opponents extra bulletin board material. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, Mike Elko. And they came back and bit you in the ass, man. Yeah, there's just a certain arrogance about A&M, and they deserve everything they got. They played a weak-ass SEC schedule. I know that's an oxymoron in a way because the SEC is the SEC, but you see the schedule. When you beat the bottom 7 and then you play Texas, who this is a down year for Texas, lose to them. I talked about it with Double R on the postgame show. That loss, this is going to weaken A&M, and that might affect them once the college football playoff comes around because you want to have momentum. I know they were trying to bank on the whole Ohio State thing when Ohio State lost to Michigan, but Ohio State, they made some big-time changes, like going from that zone read scheme to the gap scheme with Quinshon Judkins and Trevion Henderson, and that led to their run. A&M, they stuck with the same game plan. So, they should be hurting, and it was a beautiful hate watch this weekend. Lovely. You know what I'm saying? Had myself some apple cider, warmed it up, put a little cinnamon stick in there, sat back on the couch and watched OU blow a 17-point lead and watch A&M put up 3 points only. And one of my favorite Cowboys of all time, Michael Playmaker Irvin, was on one per usual. He's the best, man. He's literally on his knees, like on fours. He's like scratching and clawing to get on the field. Oh, man, not my man, Hurricanes. Oh, we so tough, man. These boys are so tough. I love Playmaker, man. He's the best.
He was photobombing post-game interviews.
Yeah, he kissed Mario Cristobal on the cheek.
Right during his post-game interview.
Yo, I don't blame Mario Cristobal. Mario Cristobal was like, let me wipe that off because who knows where Playmaker's mouth has been over the years. White House and all, yeah, who knows? Who knows? Yo, I'm wiping that off too. I need some disinfectant wipes. I need to get in the shower immediately. Playmaker, I love you, bro. You a legend. But that mouth has been in probably some crazy places. Just, allegedly. But damn, that's passion right there. And yeah, shout out to Malachi Tony, man, because homie was hurt after that fumble. I felt bad for him. I thought he was done. That looked like a straight-up crash-out play, and kudos to Mario Cristobal and that coaching staff going back to him. Like freshman, 18, 19 years old, whatever age he is, to say, yo, dude, You gonna win us this game. If we get a chance to win it, we gonna put the ball right back in your hands because you got us this far. And he came through on that little jet sweep. That was it. That's some serious team bonding right there. Those are team moments. And I don't think they have any chance to beat Ohio State, but they gonna roll in with a lot of confidence.
Man. Yeah, I'm looking at this and good heavens. Oklahoma's up 17-0. I'm sitting there going, ooh, John Mateer got it going. And then here comes Alabama. And John Mateer starts turning it over. And Ty Simpson showed up right when they needed him. And 34-24. They got outscored 34-7 to finish the game. 34-7.
Yeah.
What on earth? And Alabama only ran it for 28 yards.
That's it. Those mistakes. Yeah.
Beat by a team that ran for 28 yards.
Yeah, I don't know how you could beat yourself any worse than what we saw from Oklahoma, from just dropping the punt, which was weird. Like with all this gambling stuff going on, I might want to look into that, OU. I'm just saying, I don't want to say anything like that. I wish that wasn't a thing. I wish we didn't have to bring that in, to when we break down these games. But now we've seen a lot of these bogus-ass athletes, Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, coaches too, like just whiffing on games to get a little coin in the pockets. My man just one of the best punters in the nation. He just looked like he just dropped it on the ground, picked it up. They got it. John Mateer throws a pick six to tie the game. And right when that happened, just all the energy out of that stadium vanished. And T. Cox, this was a moment too. This is a moment people aren't going to talk about. 50 Cent coming out into the third quarter, beginning of the fourth quarter, singing his classic song, Mini Man, which kudos to OU, because I know 50 ain't cheap right now with the Diddy documentary and just how out there, 50 is promoting that. And that's just the hottest thing people are talking about right now. 50 ain't cheap. But they didn't know that Alabama has been jamming mini men in the locker room on Fridays to get hype before games. They use that as fuel, Chip. My man Ty Simpson singing the words, push death upon me, God, I don't cry no more, don't look to the sky no more. Yo, that song's about when 50 got shot 9 times and he's getting his payback. That's basically what it's called, like what it's about. Like it's a deep-rooted, tough, hard-nosed, I want to run through a wall type of song, which is interesting because it's not that upbeat, but it's upbeat enough. And 50, just the lyrics, they hit. But yeah, that's supposed to be motivation for OU. And Alabama's using it? Oh, yeah, man.
Kalen DeBoer said, oh, wow, they're playing our song. He thought it was recorded. He didn't even know Fitty was like playing live. That's how intense and focused Kalen DeBoer was. He didn't even see Fitty walking around with that microphone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Which, hey, 50, I ain't mad at you for chasing that bag, man, because it led to an Oklahoma loss. So, when I first saw it, I was like, oh, man, not 50, because I love 50. He can't be one of them. But since it backfired, hey, good looking out, 50. 50 got that bag, got up out of Norman. He wasn't there overnight. He left on the private jet that night He ain't staying in that damn city.
In and out.
In and out. In and out, man.
Hey, how about OU's kicker? The guy won the Groza Award. Tate Mandel. And then he goes 1 of 3 on field goals.
Yeah, them booty shorts were too tight.
Man,
them booty shorts were too tight.
Yeah, man, but that pick 6 from Mateer, oh, that was a killer. That was a killer.
Yeah, because that's just miscommunication. Like, the receiver, he's running up the field. Like, the ball is out of his hands. The receiver doesn't even know the ball's in the air. The corner just sits on it. Easiest interception pick 6 of that corner's life.
Easy.
Like, easy.
The comeback was on.
What a great weekend.
What
a beautiful weekend, man. And OU and A&M fans are trying to, like, get their get backs at Texas. Like, at least we're in the playoffs. And all right, whatever makes you sleep, man. Like, hey, we know in a way it's a failed season. Ask Pete Wachowski if it's a failed season. Like, we get it. But also, once you get there and once you feel like you have a chance and have it go down the way it went down for A&M and Oklahoma, tragic.
Brutal. Yeah, now you get Alabama against Indiana. I'll take the Hoosiers.
Yeah. And
Oregon, who did not cover against JMU, so I won that one.
Yeah,
you went 3-1. We both had Bama and Miami. You had Ole Miss. That was a winner. I had Tulane. That was a loser, but I had JMU covering. You had Oregon covering. So we both went 3-1. That's good. And then the NFL we're waiting on tonight.
Big time game tonight.
Tonight.
Yeah, game tonight's going to shake up the whole league.
Yeah. You got the Colts and you got the 49ers.
Yeah.
We're going head to head.
Yeah, if Indianapolis loses, then the Jags, Chargers, and Bills are all in. So all the teams that are 11-4 right now, they'd be in on the Colts loss. If the Colts win, then we got a spicy 2 weeks. So,
how about the freaking Jags?
I can't believe
Jaguars went up to Denver and won by 14. They beat the Broncos by 14. The Jaguars.
I've never seen Trevor Lawrence look this good. Like, this is what everybody's been waiting on. When he was coming out of high school, he was a can't miss. People were calling him a future number 1 pick then. He goes
Sunshine.
Old Sunshine. Clemson, lights it up, wins a couple of natties, number 1 pick, and it just been really up and down, more down than it is up. And they went to the playoffs a few years ago and gave Kansas City a really good game in the postseason at Arrowhead. But obviously, when you play against Kansas City in the playoffs, always a tough matchup. So here they are playing good football. Trevor Lawrence is doing this thing. Liam Cohen, first year, petty as hell. He went after Sean Payton in the post game. You see that? Because I guess Sean Payton said something about little market. I don't know what context.
Yeah, he said Jacksonville's a small market team, but they're playing good football. And then
why would he say that?
Why would he say that?
These coaches are driving me nuts, man. Like, they're just saying, like, we talked about what Sark said last week. I just mentioned Mike Elko allowing his players to say whatever the hell we want them to say. And then here, Sean Payton, who's a vet when it comes to this coaching game. He's been around for a while. Like, He knows what to say and what not to say. So, yeah, Liam Cohen, he used it right back at him. It's not bad for a small market team, huh? Yeah, Sean. Yeah. And words like that, that's saying we don't care if we see y'all in the playoffs either. We could come back here and whoop y'all's ass again. We bout that. I like Liam Cohen. I like him, man. That's you need that.
Who's the NFL coach of the year?
Vrabel after last night. It's Vrabel.
I mean, Vrabel, Ben Johnson, Liam Cohen. Yeah, that's a hell of a race, man. That's a hell of a race.
Yeah.
We'll
Did you were feeling good, I'm sure, about your Lions when you watched that Bears game Saturday, huh? Because that came down to the wire. Caleb Williams made some big time throws. You know, the optimism was still there. And obviously we saw what happened, but Bears, man.
Bears are killing me. They're straight killing me. I mean, Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams looks like Johnny Unitas. I'm sitting here going, what? The Lions can't stop a nosebleed. It's brutal. The Lions defense is just shredded.
Yeah,
meanwhile,
man.
the Bears just keep on winning.
You know, they let Warren just do whatever he wanted yesterday. Just 2 big-time explosive runs. And somehow the Lions were still in it.
Oh, no.
What do you mean? They were driving. They had 2 touchdowns that got called back.
I thought you meant like they're still in it for playoff chances now.
No. Yeah, it's over. It's over.
But oh my God, that was so rough because they're 2 touchdowns down. They come back. Amon-Ra scores with 22 seconds left. You're like, oh my goodness. They are going to pull this thing out. And Amon was like so relieved because he'd had some drops in the game. He thought he'd won the game. No. And then they go back to him. And I remember they ran that exact same play against the Rams when Ramsey was with the Rams. And because Ramsey's a big dude, so Amon, but you can't extend the arms. So he gets called for the offensive pass interference. I don't know what the ref was saying at the end, but he totally butchered that. The touchdown is good. What? Don't say that.
Don't say that. No, be dramatic.
Say the offensive pass interference negated the play. The game is over. Bye-bye. Instead, he goes, the touchdown is good. The fans are like, like, dude, what is this? You trying to ruin Christmas?
Yo, I didn't put 2 and 2 together. You're right. He sure did say it like that. That was dramatic. I like that. That ref, they need to give him a Christmas bonus because we need that.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, that's he said touchdown. No good pass interference. Oh man. Yeah, talk about just going through the emotions.
Yeah. Lead with the news. The news is the offensive pass interference negated the touchdown, ball game over. That was awful.
Which was a crazy heads up play by Amon-Ra St. Brown, by the way.
To try to pitch it to Goff.
Yeah, and Goff to get in the end zone. Pretty solid play right there. Man.
I mean, the Lions rushed for 15 yards with Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. I mean, I get it. They were down to their 3rd string center. They elevated a guy at guard off the practice squad. I've never seen a team get smashed with injuries like the Lions have the last 2 years. But now I want them to lose. I want them to finish last in the division so they get a last place schedule like Chicago had this year.
Yo, that last place schedule, New England, Chicago. I don't know what the Jags' schedule was last year. It feels like a last place schedule. I don't think it was. But yeah, if you bring in the right coach, you take advantage of that last place schedule, man, because these teams are doing it. And Aaron Rodgers, these last 3 weeks, it's not like vintage Rodgers where he was winning all them MVPs and discount double checking and all that crazy stuff, but
no, he looked good
enough. He made some throws.
What was DK Metcalf doing over there with a fan?
Yo, the fan had to get it. The fan had to get it. What you mean? Look at him. The fan had to get it.
So he had he had the fan by the scruff of the neck.
But what's crazy is the fan has a wig on and stuff. Like, if you're DK, you got to understand that this dude is so unserious already. I can't acknowledge this, man. Right. Especially when you're on a playoff run. They need you, bro. Like, and he had some good plays on some of those Warren touchdowns. DK Metcalf had some big time blocks. Like, when he puts his mind to it, he's a solid player, but then he does dumb stuff like this, and it's like, bro, you gotta be smarter, man. Gotta be smarter.
Unbelievable. Yeah. And like, where were his teammates? Where was someone from the Steelers sideline saying, "Where are you going?
Where are you going?
We're in the middle of the game.
It had to be done.
What you doing?"
No, it had to be done. I gotta get another view of this because there's another view that's better.
Really?
Oh yeah. That's this one right here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, he got him right there.
I like this. I like the blonde woman right behind that guy. She's
look how she slides. Yeah, she's mortified.
She's like, what?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, she's mortified. Yeah, DK, he's a little off. Like, you see all the jewelry, he got the nose rings and stuff, and he got a fine fiance though. She's like a singer or something. I don't know what her name is, but he's doing well with that. And to be honest, I think the ones who hooked them up was Russell Wilson and Sierra. Because
really?
Yeah. Normani, yeah, she's a singer. So her and Sierra know one another. I guess Sierra was like, you know what? I got someone for you. And then Russell probably was like, I got someone for you. And they did their little matchmaking deal. And yeah, celebrity couple right there. So we love here on Chip and Zay.
Oh, yeah.
That's beautiful. Shout out to Sierra and Russell Wilson.
We love up in here.
Love. Yeah.
Well,
see, before we keep going, CB, don't tag. I appreciate you tagging me in a lot of things. Don't tag me in the Bella Danger picture with horny ass Wags and Rodney. Don't tag me with those dudes. I know who she is. My mama see that Twitter, man.
Why are we talking about a Bella Danger?
A Bella Danger is like big time porn star. Like, let's say she's like the what's a good comparison for her? She's like a Justin Jefferson version porn star. Let's say that. High level.
Is she dating Fitty?
Nah, she's a huge Miami fan. Like, she was in outfield. ESPN gave her a little B-roll shot. And the folks ran with it, and that went viral. And then you see her throw it up to you, and she's wearing something skimpy as hell, boy. So like crazy skimpy.
I mean, Miami's kind of a mess, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, it's very normal. Like, I think Miami, they know. But
I think they are constantly on the verge of just guys getting suspended, ejected.
All right.
Like, they feel like they got to live up to the early, to the 90s 2001 U.
Yeah.
And how about you just win? How about you just win? Like, those dudes became legends after they won. Don't be walking around like you got trophies in the case, because you don't.
Yeah, as a coach, that must be a tough gig just because you sleeping with one eye open. Like, yeah, you want to trust that you're bringing in high-class guys that don't want anything to do with South Beach and what comes with it. But come on, man. That's part of why you go to college in the first place. To see what's out there, to explore new things.
Best years of your life.
Yeah, when you get out of mom and dad's crib, and don't let mom and dad be strict. Don't let it be a player that had a curfew back in the day.
Yeah, he's done.
That dude's done, man. That's why you couldn't trust
He's
Bert.
gonna go wild.
Yeah, that's why Mario couldn't trust Bert. My man missed 3 kicks. Sideshow Bert still couldn't get a call. That's bad, man. That's bad. I knew it was bad when he lost the job, but when I saw that, I was like, damn, they got no faith in my man Bert. Like 0. But hey, they're advancing. Mario made the right moves. Outcoached Mike Elko. So sitting Bert, another right move, in my opinion.
Carson Beck, 14 of 20 for 103 yards. All those passes were little dink and dunk. It worked because Mark Fletcher was doing his thing.
Did you hear the story about Mark Fletcher's mama?
Oh, yeah, she doesn't fly.
She doesn't fly.
Drives everywhere.
She went to the Cal Berkeley game from the state of Florida. Like, does she got a hybrid or something? Because she's putting miles on that thing.
Let's hope.
Hey, good for her. Because I couldn't do it. Son, sorry. I'm going to miss this one. But he in the stands crying, hugging folks. She deserves to be proud. Her son put on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, Miami, if Cristobal gets them in the right frame of mind, they're talented. Like, they could give Ohio State some fits, but I'm not picking up Miami.
Hell no.
Picking Ohio State. Picking them to rough up those Canes. The Canes are partying like they won the national championship anyway. So they're like, oh, we got to keep practicing. Oh, all right.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Ole Miss. What'd you think of Ole Miss?
I mean, Tulane played hard. I appreciate Ole Miss for wearing the uniforms that Lane didn't like, apparently. Like, he didn't like the navy and gray combo with the navy helmets. So they wore them for the first college football playoff game. I love it, man. We're in a petty society right now. It's beautiful. But, yeah, it's just I didn't see anything out the ordinary. Shout out to Golden. He didn't mess it up. How could you mess that up? I feel like if you and I were on the sideline calling the shots, we'd still win that game with those guys. So it was just straight up a big talent differential. And same thing with Oregon and James Madison, which I feel bad for the dude that went viral on James Madison, number 33, the lineman. There was a play where he just looked completely out of his skis, like just like a mid-major guy that's playing with a lot of 4- and 5-star players and shouldn't be out there. And the committee, thanks a lot. Like, appreciate it. Because after that Texas A&M game, I was done. I was like, okay, I don't really care for this games. I pop in every once in a while. But, yeah, it was nap time then.
Yeah.
You got to do better. G5. It's just sad.
Yeah, that was brutal. But now we get Oregon and Texas Tech. Give me the Red Raiders. We got Bama and Indiana. Give me Indiana. Georgia, Ole Miss. Give me Georgia. And Miami, Ohio State. Give me the Buckeyes. Yeah.
Damn. So you taking every bye team?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm leaning that too. I don't know what the lines are. I feel like, is it the Miami line? Yeah, Joel K. Damn, that's high.
What is it?
Minus 9.5.
Oof.
Yeah, it's a little high. Jeremiah Smith, he's a Florida kid, and that's kind of the game within the game, because Miami fans are still salty that he went all the way up to Columbus and wasn't like Malachi Tony, who, born South Florida, decided to stay home and put on, which we were talking about the old days. Like, that's what they did. Jimmy Johnson, he didn't have to go far. Like, none of those guys did. Like, you could stay in South Florida, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, North Hollywood, all that, and find some serious talent and some guys that could ball out for real. So Jeremiah Smith,
Jeremiah Smith is unbelievable. Listen to this. He had 80 catches this year on 98 targets. That is an 81.6 connection rate.
Yeah.
And, 1,000 yards, 11 touchdowns. Last year he had 76 catches on 105 targets. Still good. 72.4 connection rate. For 1,300 yards, 15 touchdowns. That was with Will Howard. He gets the first-time starter, Julian Sayin, and the connection rate goes up, which leads me to DeAndre Moore, because DeAndre Moore had the best connection rate of Texas's top 5 pass catchers. He caught 77% of his targets. And, we've talked about this. He came into the season with big goals, wide receiver 1 goals. It's clear he thought of himself as a wide receiver 1, but he didn't get those targets. Those targets went to Ryan Wingo. Ryan Wingo only had a 54% connection rate. And DeAndre Moore is like, you know what? I'm going to go somewhere where I'm going to get wide receiver 1 targets, because I will deliver. So we'll see where he ends up. What you smirking for?
I mean, this guy was your leader. He was like, what are your leaders? What's going on? How can you go from leader to wanting to leave?
You're not.
I'm with you. Like, everything you're saying, I get. Like,
if you were the best scorer, if you had the best shooting percentage, and they kept feeding some guy who's jacking up threes, missing, but was a highly touted recruit, you'd be frustrated.
Oh yeah, I'd be hot.
Mm-hmm. And I think Moore got feedback from the NFL that said you could use 1 more year.
Oh, I knew that.
And go make you some money, and then come on out.
Yeah.
So he's the best route runner Texas had, and the best leader in that room. So Texas is they're kind of messed up right now in the receiver room. Like, they got money invested in guys who aren't playing. They got Ryan Wingo, who didn't carry himself like a wide receiver 1 for a lot of the year. And look, Arch went through some stuff. The offensive line went through some stuff. And that makes it even more impressive that Moore had a 77% connection rate. I mean, Moore ran good routes. Arch knew where he was going to be. He hit him. There were a couple drops there late in the year that hurt, but, the guy was where he was supposed to be most of the time and made the catch. And And so now you're going to have to go into the portal. And then what are you looking for? You looking for a blockbuster who can come in and be wide receiver one, or you looking for something solid? You're looking for the next Emmett Mosley the fifth. A guy who's kind of under the radar at a school where he's killing it on a bad team. This is where Texas has been good. They have scoured the portal, found good value, and the players that they've brought in, for the most part, have been what the team wanted and expected. Big time contributors, plug and play. Defensive line last year, Emmett Mosley the fifth, the punter, the kicker, Matt Caldwell. So now you're going to have to do it at positions you really haven't done it before. Offensive line, linebacker, probably a receiver. We know they're looking for a running back.
Yeah.
And probably safety too.
Yeah, and you have 105 scholarships and not 85 like you used to. So I really don't have much sympathy for any mistakes here. You know what I'm saying? Like you could afford to have a couple of mistakes because hopefully you are banking on other guys coming in because the quantity is more here. And if you're DeAndre Moore, just any athlete that's going on to play at college, you're expecting the coach to put you in the best situations to be successful. And sometimes guys like, always talk about Uncle Jerome. Who knows if DeAndre Moore got Uncle Jerome? Let him know that, man, you better number one, dog. Why ain't you getting the touch? Number one out here dropping stuff? Number one out here getting all the carry. You ain't getting nothing? What's going on? Like, we don't know. But clearly, with how DeAndre Moore was speaking early in the year, talking about breaking Shipley's record, talking about Biletnikoff, he sees himself as a number one, to what you said, Chip, which I read your article, Horns 24/7, excellent per usual. But, man, also, I feel like DeAndre Moore probably feels led on because I don't think he'd be saying this stuff if he really didn't feel like this coaching staff was going to put him in that situation. Like, he probably felt like, oh, hell yeah, these coaches, they've been bumping me up. They've been giving me reassurance to let me know that they need me. They're going to give me looks because I've been busting my ass. I've earned that. And then it didn't happen. Whether that was Sark's play calling, which was very hit or miss. Why are we going 15 yards down the field where we can't block no damn body? So again, going back to putting the guys in the best situation possible, is he doing that? If I'm DeAndre Moore and what we've seen or saw this past season, I could argue not the case. And then Sark's, what he said this past Friday, like, okay, so now clearly you were paying attention to the defensive line because you didn't have enough trust in Pete Kwiatkowski. So are you giving the offense the attention because you said you couldn't? We missed that. We could have been better. So if I'm DeAndre Moore and I'm like, what's he worried about the defense for? Like, help us.
Yeah, the defense was carrying the team for a lot of the season.
Help us. Nick Brooks is out here seeing ghosts.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Please focus on your side of the ball.
Yeah, take the headset off. If I Pete Kwiatkowski, I would have let him know too. I would have said, hey, Sark, I got this. You need to worry about that. Clearly, Pete Kwiatkowski didn't have that type of backbone, which is fine. But with how he was talking, I would have let him know, like, hey, man, the defense was carrying the guys the first part of the year. Then they got tired. Anthony Hill got hurt. Michael Taft got hurt. It was just a domino effect after that. So there is so much chaos for a 9-3 team that beat Oklahoma and A&M, which is crazy. There was a lot of chaos, man. A lot of chaos. And that kind of makes it hard to believe that they won that many games. And they looked as good as they did at times. And they were still able to beat their rivals. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird situation.
Yeah. No, it was. It was a weird year. It was hang on for dear life at Kentucky, at Mississippi State. Then you look like you're about to blow Vanderbilt out. And suddenly you're having to hope a onside kick rolls out of bounds so that Vanderbilt doesn't get another shot to win the damn game after trailing 34-10 going in the fourth quarter. And now Sarkisian said he's only taken 65 scholarship players to the Citrus Bowl.
Damn.
So a lot of young dudes are going to get a shot, and that's good. Should be a lot of youthful energy and focus. Need that, because these bowl games are decided by which team wants to be there, which team wants to play, and which team is already on vacation. So, yeah, what's the line? Texas by 4.5?
Damn, that's it?
I don't know. Let me double check it.
I don't know why I feel like it should be higher with what you just said. Like, they only got 65 guys, and a lot of guys that they relied on, Michael Taft, Anthony Hill, won't be playing. On a positive note, shout out to Hero Canoe coming back for another year. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Like, he was probably overall the best interior defensive lineman. And again, the dude's from Europe, Germany, hasn't played football that long. So him coming over from Ohio State and it working here in year one, and he earned the coaching staff's trust early because he was talking to the media, and he just has a leadership aura that you feel good about when you have leadership leaving, like a Michael Taft and Anthony Hill. Colin Simmons, he's going to have to ramp up his, leadership qualities. Like, yeah, you got to do it on the field, but also you're a voice now. Like, when you're one of the best players and you're going into your contract year, you're a voice. So
Texas opened as a 4.5-point favorite, and now they're a 7.5-point favorite.
Okay, that makes more sense.
So after the Sharon Moore follies, that line skyrocketed. Just like Sharon Moore's pants when he was around that young girl. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, my goodness. Yo, apparently people thinking that him and his wife are working it out.
Well, God bless him.
Yo, Sharon Moore might have that hammer. Yo, Sharon Moore might got that. He might got that. You know what I'm saying? Because, man, a lot of women wouldn't be able to come back from it. But, hey, to each his own.
Hey, I hope they find happiness.
Me too.
We love love and we love happiness.
Right.
Happiness
and who knows?
Happiness is a choice. It's a little tougher. Happiness is a tough choice right now in the Sharon Moore house, but it is a choice.
Hey, man. I mean, yeah, life's different. Life's different from Moore. Life's a lot different. Yeah, he got something, Zay. He got something, dog. Something going. If they're working it out, because she should leave him for everything he got. She's got the leverage here.
Oh, yeah.
So she could do that, but we love here at the dog. We love. So if they working it out, you know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of ways you could be sorry and make up for it, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Like Sharon Moore has a lot of qualities where he could apologize.
Well,
each woman's different,
Yeah. Now you got Biff Poggi. Biff Poggi.
Biff wants the job too. You see Biff going out here vouching for himself?
Yeah, he got fired at Coastal Carolina.
Why are you bringing up old stuff?
Can you imagine if, hey, Michigan is announcing Biff Poggi is going to be the head coach? Michigan fans would be like, we out.
Why y'all dissing Biff? Yeah, he's a little, out there. He's different.
Who names their kid Biff?
Wasn't somebody named Biff back in the day? Wasn't on the show?
It was in the movie. It was in
the movie. It's some old head show.
Back to the Future.
Back to the Future. There we go. Little Michael J. Okay. Which I feel like Biff was alive before that movie came out. But maybe it was one of those, the name was popular just like around that time. I don't know. I don't know who names their kid Biff, but I like Biff vouching for himself. I respect that. He straight up said, yo, I know what I'm doing. And have you seen Biff? I don't think any woman around the facilities wants any of that. No offense to Biff. Maybe they do. Maybe they do. But I'll just say, I think you have less chance of worrying about Biff getting into a Sharon Moore situation than maybe bringing in somebody else that looks a little different.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be, Matt must have just tuned in. We just got done talking about this, but DeAndre Moore sees himself as a wide receiver 1, and he wants to go somewhere where he can make that case. So
yeah,
he thought about going to the NFL. I think he got feedback that, hey, you could use another year, get some of that money, get some of that NIL money, and enjoy one more year of college, and then go hit the hit the real world. But yeah, that hurts. That one hurts. That one hurts. And I know everyone's like, oh, hey, Texas will be fine at receiver. Should be. Emmett Mosley, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. You got Parker Livingston. You got Ryan Wingo. And then you got your big money guys. Malik Lockett, Jamie French, Michael Terry, Dalen McCutcheon. Dalen McCutcheon, of all those freshmen, he got playing time. He got 6 catches for 70 yards. Malik Lockett got 32 snaps, no catches. So, and you got a receivers coach whose contract expires in February.
Yeah, like, are they waiting till after the game to see if they could keep that or not? Because obviously the development with those guys that you just mentioned, Lockett, French, Terry, which I think Terry's playing running back in this game, could that be confirmed, or what's the head roll mean?
Yeah.
Okay. So
he ain't gonna, I mean, maybe he will get some snaps at running back.
That would be that thing like staying, or that's just a need, like filling a need right now.
I mean, I see him back at receiver.
Okay.
Especially if you're going to bring in a running back from the portal. You like James Simon. You like Derek Cooper. I mean, that's going to be a action-packed running back room. You want to be, yeah. You want to be over there with the receivers where you can make your case. Because Michael Terry, my comp for him is Lil Jordan Humphrey. Okay. Lil Jordan Humphrey played running back at South Lake Carroll, and then he transitioned to receiver at Texas. And you could tell right away that the kid had juice at receiver. Super smart, tough, and like, oh yeah, Lil Jordan Humphrey, he's going to be a player. And Michael Terry's got to get his confidence up, man. He's got to play like he owns the position. I think he deferred too much, and it didn't, he's got to assert himself.
Yeah.
All right. We got a special treat, kids.
Let's go.
Since we are going to be off Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of this week, we bring in our man, NFL insider, the one and only Mad Dog McClain, John McClain. John, how you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you? By the way,
Good,
I got to
Tom.
ask you something. In the A&M Texas game, did Marcel Reed, how many interceptions did he throw?
2.
And so he threw 2 on Saturday. Were they crucial like they were on Saturday?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they were late in the game when A&M was trying to get back in it.
It was a good thing he's going back to school because that's a bad taste to leave in the mouth of NFL scouts and coaches. You cannot throw interceptions when you're in a position like A&M was against Miami. And but it's good that he's going back. Hopefully he will bounce back from that when they play big games.
Yeah. What'd you think of that game, John?
Boring. I thought A&M would win. You did too. Zay picked Miami because he hates the Aggies. He picked Alabama because he hates Oklahoma, so he's 2-0. And I'm going to see who I hate this next week. I have to find somebody I hate.
Well, where are you on the Red Raiders?
Oh, I'm a big Red Raiders fan. I want all the Texas teams to win. I'm a Texan.
Yeah.
I don't want to. Most of my friends, whoever Texas plays, they're for the other team. Whoever A&M plays, they're for the other team. And I'm not like that. And so I hope the Red Raiders win. I'd like to see them beat Oregon. I'd like to see them make some noise. I don't want them to see them be one and done and stink it up on offense like the Aggies did.
Yeah. How about my Super Bowl bound Houston Texans, John?
Super Bowl bound with this offense? Are you kidding me? They were lucky to beat the Raiders. And I'll tell you something about the league's number one defense, who is number one in points allowed. In the last 2 games against 2 of the worst teams in the NFL, they've given up 6 touchdowns, 3 each game. 5 are touchdown passes by 2 immortals, Jacoby Brissett and Geno Smith. Now, people here tend to just kind of blow it off. Well, they're getting ready for the Chargers. They played great against the Chiefs and the Bills and the 49ers and the Ravens. And yes, the Colts, they did. But it's got to be worrisome the way they move the ball. Now, they beat Arizona by 20 because C.J. Stroud and the offense played great. C.J. Stroud was horrible for 3 quarters against the Raiders. And then in the 4th quarter, all of a sudden, I guess he came alive. And in the 4th quarter on 2 drives, he was 9 of 10 for 77 yards and a touchdown pass. And he had 3 big passes for first downs. He was outstanding. But before that, it was the outhouse. And their offensive line stunk it up big time, speaking of outhouses, in the running game. Stroud didn't get sacked. I don't even know he got hit twice. So the pass protection was good. Right tackle Trent Brown did a great job on their all-pro defensive end, Max Crosby. Nick Chubb had a 30-yard run late in the game. You take that away. Texans ran 25 times for 53 yards. That is 2.1 a carry. That is miserable, a miserable performance. They just don't have a running game. Their offensive line needs at least 2 new starters in the offseason, maybe 3, and they need to get them a big-time running back.
Yeah. John, when you look at just yesterday's game, obviously it was a little sluggish, especially for the offense. But how important is it for the Texans to win the division matchup-wise at this point?
Well, you get a home game, and they have never been a wild card team, which means you have to play on the road. And they have played well on the road this season because of the defense being great, not because of the offense. And I don't think this offense will be good in January because they don't run the ball well enough, because their offensive line gets just pulverized. And I think their offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, doesn't do a good job calling plays in the running game. And so right now they would, Denver would still get the bye, and the Texans would be the wild card team with the worst record. I think they'll lose to the Chargers, beat the Colts, finish 11-6, and that means they go to New England. They went to New England last year, beat them. So it's not like it'd be strange. Patriots are obviously a better team with Mike Vrabel and Drake May in his second season. And they have been terrible in Foxborough through the decades. And the one place they wouldn't want to go is Orchard Park, New York, and playing Josh Allen the way they beat him up 2 years in a row here. And so New England's got to hold on. And right now, Jacksonville is playing as well as any team in football, going into Denver, breaking 11-game winning streak, and winning by 14. Since they blew that game in the fourth quarter of the Texans, and I thought they were going to go down the toilet, they have not lost. Trevor Lawrence is playing great. Running game is great. The defense is playing really well. And they just showed they can beat anybody anywhere. Liam Cohen, like several other coaches, is a legitimate candidate for Coach of the Year. And so I think the Texans will be a wild card. If they want him done, won't surprise me at all.
Well, we were just talking about the Coach of the Year in the NFL and just how hotly contested that race is, John. I mean, do you have a top three?
No, I can tell you it won't be Dan Campbell. And although I do think the Lions got screwed at the end with 2 OPIs, but I got a lot of respect for them, for Campbell and Jared Goff. They didn't blame the officials. They blamed themselves. So that's one of my Super Bowl teams not going to the Super Bowl. The other one is Buffalo. You could make a case, Ben Johnson in Chicago, Mike Vrabel, New England, Liam Cohen, Jacksonville. You can't rule out Mike McDonald in Seattle. Seattle may be the best team. And they were 10-7 in his first season, but they didn't go to the playoffs. You cannot rule out Sean Payton having a great season after cutting Russell Wilson, accepting the albatross that was his contract, and they won anyway. Shows what a great coach who gets his quarterback can do. And then everybody says Kyle Shanahan is doing the best coaching job in his career. If the 49ers win at Indy tonight and they win their next 2 at home, they get home field advantage in the NFC, not the Seahawks and not the Rams. And the voting for the Coach of the Year, like all the other awards, is done the second day after regular season ends. And that is, to me, going to be the toughest one to do for a long time. I still think Matthew Stafford will win the MVP because I think the Rams are the best team because of him, balance, great coaching. But it's going to be tough. And, Jonathan Taylor was running away for Offensive Player of the Year right now. I don't know who it would be. I hate it when the voters will vote on an MVP and then make him Offensive Rookie of the Year. Offensive Player of the Year. That they should say you can't do that. Defensive Player of the Year, I'm going with Myles Garrett. When you think about no leads in the fourth quarter for him to tee off on quarterbacks, playing with a terrible team, with a terrible offense, I think he should win it, I believe, for the second time because he's so much better than every other pass rusher.
Yeah. Damn, John, that Dan Campbell shot went through Chip and hit me, man. That was rough, but I respect it. As a known hater, I respect it. Todd Bowles, I don't know how the Bucks have blown it this bad these last few weeks. Baker Mayfield looks horrible. You're losing to the Panthers, which shout out to the Panthers. They're doing their thing. JT Sanders from Texas had a touchdown yesterday, but it just seems like the Bucks are making more mistakes that are giving the opposing teams victories. Your thoughts on that? If
they beat Miami and they beat Carolina and Tampa, they win the division, as bad as they played. I was in the press box watching that game, and I'm thinking, okay, Bucks got the ball. Baker's going to work some magic. Goes straight down the field the way he did here when he pulled out a 1-point victory in the second game of the season. Instead, he throws left. Mike Evans goes to his left, and he throws it right to the Panther. Interception. The Panthers didn't do anything. Guy just caught the ball thrown right in his hands. I still think Tampa's a better team. Mayfield is a better quarterback. And a lot of people are wishing Todd Bowles would be fired. I don't see them firing him after one mediocre year. It's not even a bad year. It's not like they're winning 4 or 5 games. They're going to be in the race unless they blow the Miami game. They're going to be the race. Well, they'll still be in the race right up until the end. Yes, they have not played well. They've had to play a lot without Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Bucky, Irvin, their best running back, and yet they're still in the race.
Okay, so the Jaguars, I was hoping that, they would eat it in Denver, but what do you think? How does this end, and how are the Jags doing it?
Trevor Lawrence is playing great. The running game has been really good. Offensive line's improved. Defense is playing well. If you're talking about a trade made at the deadline that has worked out really well, Jacoby Myers, wide receiver, who came from the Raiders, felt like he went from hell to heaven. He has been a tremendous addition. Made a great block on a touchdown yesterday. They talk about how much he's come in. And really, he's brought a new attitude to that locker room. Liam Cohen, he is a legitimate candidate for Coach of the Year. He and Ben Johnson, the Bears, are examples for a team like the Titans. Titans have Cam Ward, number 1 pick. He's got an interim coach. They got more money to spend in free agency than any team. And if they get the right coach for him, like Ben Johnson or Liam Cohen, I don't know who that would be. It seems like there are more defensive coordinators as leading candidates to be head coaches than offensive coordinators. I'm not so sure. If I was the Titans, I wouldn't hire Mike McCarthy, but I don't even know if he's on the list. They might fool around and hire Arthur Smith, who's doing a really good job with the Steelers' offense under the circumstances. But it's a great example of what you can do. Like New England had more money to spend than any team. They used it very wisely, even though we thought it was going to be next year before they were a contender. And I really thought in the first game the Texans played the Jaguars, in the fourth quarter the Texans turned it over 3 times in the Jaguars' red zone, and they lost by 7. And then the Texans had that 26-point comeback here, and I thought we wouldn't see Jacksonville again. They go straight down the toilet like they've done before. But, boy, they just hitched up their pants and came back better than ever. And Trevor Lawrence is finally living up to the hype of being a generational quarterback. I believe it's his 5th year. And they have showed they can beat anybody, but nobody's going to take them seriously till they win a couple playoff games.
Yeah.
John, Chicago had a big win Saturday night, had to come back from Green Bay. Green Bay just keeps having bad luck. First Micah Parsons, then Jordan Love goes out. But Caleb Williams made some big-time throws in the fourth quarter to put them into overtime. Your thoughts on the Bears, and do you think the Packers are going to make the playoffs with all the injuries and things happening at the end of the season?
I'm guessing Love with his concussion. Generally, you don't come back in a game with a concussion. You generally don't play the next week with a concussion, and they're involved in a serious playoff race. Malik Willis, who the Titans didn't want after they drafted him in the 3rd round, when he's had an opportunity to play with the Packers, he's played really well. Matt LaFleur and his staff have done a tremendous job developing Malik Willis, because with Tennessee, he's just a runner. Now he's an accurate passer and a runner. But Caleb Williams, that throw he made in overtime, it was a great catch by DJ Moore. It was great coverage, tremendous coverage by the Packers. I don't even remember who the corner was, but he was all over him. And I noticed afterward, I love watching the post-game videos the teams put out of the coach and the players, jumping around, giving out game balls. And Ben Johnson had one left. And he walked over to Caleb Williams and said, "Caleb, I love you. This last one's going to DJ." And they all started cheering like crazy because that was a tremendous catch under incredible pressure. and great coverage. So the Bears, I think, winning a game like that, as well as some others have proved, they can win when they're behind. They can win under pressure. They can win in cold weather. And I like watching them play. They are fun. And they've got a chance to go from worst to first unless they crater.
Man. Well, what do you think about tonight's game? San Francisco and Indianapolis.
Phillip Rivers' second game, he should be a little better than the first one. The 49ers have gotten as healthy as they could get after the Texans obliterated them, and they're doing a really good job. And the key for Indianapolis on defense is containing Christian McCaffrey, and the key on offense is to get the running game with Jonathan Taylor running a lot and Phillip Rivers not having to throw any more than he has to, and try to score some touchdowns and not just rely on field goals. They're still in the playoff race. Fans in Indy are going to be going crazy at Lucas Oil Stadium. It'll be an exciting atmosphere. Both teams have a lot to play for. 49ers playing for home field advantage. Colts playing for a wild card game. I think 49ers will win. If the Colts beat them with Phillip Rivers, my goodness, that'd be one of the biggest upsets ever.
Yeah. John, it seems like the Steelers are kind of finding the stride. Aaron Rodgers has looked better these last 3 weeks. We know Mike Tomlin, he's going to get you to 9 games. That's just what he does. But other than DK Metcalf slapping the hell out of fans, the Steelers have a lot to feel good about right now. Again, just seeing how Rodgers and Tomlin were going off the field, at least they like each other, which getting along, that could take you far in the postseason. Sometimes just wanting to play for your brother.
I don't think, first of all, Rodgers, keeping him off of Pat McAfee this season was so smart, for whether they asked him to or he did it on his own. Because every week he said things that on Wednesday the media came to ask him about, and it was news all week. It was a distraction. He hasn't been a distraction for the Steelers. And I think Tomlin's got a lot to do with that. And he is getting rid of the ball faster than any quarterback. There was a stretch in the middle of the season where he was struggling to be mediocre. Now he's playing really well. Their defense without T.J. Watts limited the Lions to what? 15 yards rushing? That's unheard of. And they ran for over 200 and had 345-plus runs. That's like throwback days of the Steelers. Now, they'll play a home game, and they will play the wild card team with the best record, which right now would be the Chargers, and over the Bills, and then the Texans would be third. And maybe they're always a threat to win at home, even though that stadium does not have the mystique that the old Three Rivers Stadium did when teams were afraid to come in there because they knew they were going to get busted in the mouth. But they've been fun to watch. They've won 3 in a row. The Ravens can still pull this off. The Ravens blew that game last night in New England, and they played them in the last game. I like the way the NFL has scheduled division games at the end of the season, 2 of the last 3 games, because we're going to get several decided on that last weekend. Can't wait. It's so exciting to watch them, and can't wait for the next round of the CFP. Maybe it'll be a little more exciting than even A&M game being close. That wasn't exciting. That was just close.
Yeah.
Do you think DK Metcalf gets suspended for?
He should be. I don't care what that fan said to him. I'm wondering how he ended up by himself.
Yeah.
I've seen players before get mad at fans and go over there, and security will go, teammates will go, and he's over there by himself like it's a casual afternoon, and we watch him reach up and slap the guy. But you can't do that. You can't do something physical with a fan no matter what. You go over and you tell security, that fool from the Lions who's wearing that blue wig, he just said this, then they get him kicked out. And so he exercised bad judgment. He'll get fined. He should get suspended. You got to set an example. If the next player hears something like that, says, well, I'm only going to get fined $25,000, I'm going over there and punch that guy's lights out. Now, that guy can't possibly sue him because he didn't hit him. And the guy told the media who he was, his name. I'd have been embarrassed to do that. I'd have been embarrassed to look like that. Would you do that, Chip? Would you wear a blue wig like that as a Lions fan?
No.
You just do it at home, right?
Yeah.
So it was a sordid thing that took away from a great Pittsburgh old-fashioned kind of victory.
Yeah. John, your thoughts on Quinn Ewers' debut in Miami? First half, he looked pretty good. Second half, had a couple of picks. They the tight end fumbled on that seam route. But overall, it was the decent debut. Your thoughts on that?
They couldn't blame that loss on Ewers. Zach Wilson was upset he wasn't starting. I don't blame him. He's the number 2 quarterback. I'm trying to figure out why did they go with Ewers over Wilson? Because Ewers is not going to be the quarterback of the future. And Tua, I can't see Tua coming back there if Mike McDaniel is back, and everybody says it looks like he will be. They're going to have to pick up a big portion of that contract, see if there's another team that wants to try to get out of Tua what he showed a lot of his career. He's a perfect quarterback who needs a new address. He's got to get a new team.
Well, I ask you this every week, but who's the best team in the NFL right now? Are we frozen? We got the freeze.
We got the freeze, man. There he is.
I'm back. They can't go with Ewers. It'd be great if he played really well. But even if he does, they can't hitch their wagon to him as a starter. They could get rid of Zach Wilson and make him number 2. But they got to have another quarterback. They can't go into the season with Tua Tagovailoa coming back no matter what it costs them. And they should get a little braver considering what's happened with Sean Payton and the Broncos. Even though they ate the Russell Wilson contract, and people thought, oh, no, they're going to be down for at least 2 years, and they haven't been down at all.
What I ask you this every week, but who do you think is the best team in the NFL right now?
I think right now it's Seattle, but if you ask me who I think is going to win the Super Bowl, I think it's going to be the Rams. I think they're destined to play the Seahawks a third time. Matthew Stafford's playing better than any quarterback in the NFL. They've got a 2-headed monster running game with Williams and Blake Corum, and who's come out of nowhere. They've got a good offensive line, not a great one, but a good one. They've got a really good defensive line. Now, their secondary is suspect. Their special teams are so bad that McVay fired Chase Blackburn, their special teams coach, after that Seattle game. I don't trust Sam Darnold yet. I want to see him win a Super Bowl or get to a Super Bowl and play great before I can trust him. It's like the young quarterbacks, Caleb Williams, Drake May. They've been tremendous. But they got to winning during regular season is one thing. They got to prove they can win in January. And they haven't been given that opportunity yet. And that's why I think last year the Rams went to Philly, divisional round. Weather was terrible. They almost beat the eventual Super Bowl champions. And it's interesting, we haven't even talked about the defending Super Bowl champion who just won the NFC East for the first time, back-to-back titles in, 21 years. And I'm wondering, watching them, are they just bored with the regular season? Are they just waiting for the playoffs? Will we see a different Saquon Barkley? Will they start to put it together? They got wrestlers. I'm guessing they got it battling for their position in the playoffs. But will we see a different Philadelphia team in the playoffs than we've seen in regular season?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, John, because 3 straight losses, that's crazy. But they're on a 2-game winning streak, but it's the Raiders and the Commanders. So I know Eagles fans are trying to be optimistic, but it's hard when you play a couple of teams that have no playoff aspirations and you still got that 3 straight losses, bad taste in your mouth.
Those 3 losses could have been a wake-up call they needed. When they're playing bad teams at the end of the year, you need to work on things. like work on getting your running game going with Saquon Barkley, which they did against Washington. He looked better, but they have Tank Bigsby looked good. They've got to work on the running game because you got to think they're going to play outdoors, and they've still got what should be a great defense. The offensive line, Lane Johnson's going to be back, and Jalen Hurts has not played nearly as well or as consistently well. It seems like when A.J. Brown has big games, they lose. Early in the year, they're winning, and he was pouting. Let him pout some more if it means you're going to win.
Yeah. All right, so you're not buying my Texans to the Super Bowl. You're thinking,
Chip, let me give you a tip. Besides hoping that the Lions can find a miracle and get the playoffs,
today, Chip.
The tip is don't mention Texans and the Super Bowl in the same sentence.
Oh, God.
Love that.
Your life will be a lot easier if you remember those two things. And then the other thing I always tell people, the two most important words in the English language, yes and dear.
Yeah. Well, now I'm cheering for the Lions to finish in last place so they get that last place schedule.
You should. Wouldn't that be something, seeing them whip up on that last place schedule? If you're not going to go into the playoffs, you might as well lose. Nobody's going to hold it at this point against Dan Campbell. They'll be thinking about higher draft choice, and they'll be thinking about that last place schedule.
That's right. That's right.
Why aren't we talking about the Chargers more, John? They're 11-4. They beat the brakes off the Cowboys yesterday. Quentin Johnson out of TCU. People thought he was going to be a bust, and he's out here making one-hand Randy Moss style catches. And Hardball, he just brings a certain amount of juice that is infectious to the locker room. Why aren't people talking about the Chargers more?
I think this is they got in the playoffs last year. They came to Houston. They were favored. Texans beat them. Justin Herbert helped choke one of the biggest playoff leads ever when they went to Jacksonville and blew a big lead. Jaguars advanced. They didn't. People want to see them in the playoffs. They lost their offensive tackles. Harbaugh's done a really good job of coaching this year, but he's not doing any better than he did last year when they were a wild card team. And they should beat the Texans. I'm not sure who they play in the last game, but right now they could be the wild card team with the best record, which means they would go to Pittsburgh or Baltimore, but we all think Pittsburgh. And then they would have to prove they can win on the road in the playoffs again, which they haven't done those last two times. So I think that's why we're not hearing more. Justin Herbert played great against the Cowboys. He had been kind of struggling, even though they were winning, because that broken bone in his hand. And he gutted it out when he was hurt. And boy, he looked good. He had that great run in the fourth quarter. And he owes the Texans. He has lost the last two games he's played to them, both at NRG Stadium. And I'm sure he's going in. He's thinking about last year. It's in the back of his mind. And the previous time he came here, the Texans upset him. And that's when they were bad. The Texans were terrible. So he owes the Houston Texans.
Well, the Patriots, is this real? Drake May's playing great. Ramondre Stevenson's running it. Diggs is catching it. Vrabel's that good, huh?
I was wondering how they're going to bounce back from blowing that 21-0 lead at home to the Bills. Was it going to be the start of something bad, or were they going to do like the Jacksonville Jaguars and bounce back? And they did. Mike Vrabel's a really good coach. You see him on the sideline. He's got a bad temper, but you don't see him blow up the sideline unless it's at officials. He knows how to handle players because he was a really good one for a long time with a bunch of rings to prove it. And so Mike is a good coach. He learned from his years in Tennessee. They're a year ahead of schedule. The regime from last year did a tremendous job taking Drake May. And Josh McDaniels, when you're talking about assistant coaches of the year, he should be in the running because he has done a terrific job with that offense.
Yeah, crazy because he is a terrible head coach.
You know who won't be in running for assistant coach of the year? Anybody
Kelvin
with
Shepard.
Lions?
Dan Campbell as offensive coordinator. Oh,
Sorry, Chip.
Oh,
you are the best. Hey,
let me ask y'all something right quick. All these changes Sark's making, what do y'all think?
Well, the move to bring in Will Muschamp,
Good.
He's hiring a guy who's done it in the SEC before. So it's an all-in move to try to upgrade. And, we'll see what's going on the offensive side of the ball. He hasn't really attacked anything of substance. The offensive line was the problem, and his buddy Kyle Flood is still on staff, and it sounds like he's not going anywhere because Sark keeps talking about him, when he talks about the future. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they're, changed out the running backs coach. We'll see if there are any more staff changes after the bowl game.
Yeah, he got rid of Gukowski, brought in Muschamp, so Sark can focus on the offense more. So I'm expecting 40-something points a game.
They'll throw money into the portal at the offensive line like no other team. They see what Texas Tech's able to do, building from the front back. And I'll leave you guys with this. Besides Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, I've been singing this today, trying to get it exactly right. Bear with me. Goodbye to dear old Texas A&M.
I love it.
Thank you, guys.
You're the best. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, John. Appreciate that always.
Love it. John McClain, kind enough to join us on a Monday recapping the NFL. I saw a question, will Texas Sports Unfiltered be on the air tomorrow? Yes, we'll be here tomorrow. And then Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and Friday, we will be off. And then I'll be coming to you from Orlando.
Damn, when you touch down?
The 27th. Saturday. Okay. You going to Disney? Maybe.
Come on, Chip. You got to see Mickey and Goofy and Minnie.
I've done it.
Okay.
I'll see what the missus wants to do.
Yeah.
If we go, we'd probably go to, it's a crazy time to be at Disney World. It's packed.
Yeah, that's true.
And so, but if we go, we'd probably go to Epcot. That's kind of the adult playground,
Yeah.
So
I've been at Universal, never Disney.
Okay, yeah. Universal's good. The Hulk, that roller coaster. I know it's probably been updated a little bit since I last was there. I took the kids 2015, 10 years ago. Wow. Yeah. Definitely probably been
it's probably been updated a little bit.
All right, let's get a couple mentions in here. I want y'all to take care of yourselves. So I'm going to talk about my good friends at Humann with 2 N's. The supplements, I love them. I'm a collector of supplements, but not anymore. I've tried every supplement, but once I tried Humann supplements, the scientific backed research into these supplements is high end and all done at the University of Texas Health Science Center. And so the beautiful thing about Humann is they make it real simple. They put it right on the canister. Metabolic Health Daily. These are the 3 that I want you to take every day together. Cholesterol Health Daily and the Cardiovascular Health Daily. These scientific backed formulas are going to help your blood sugar. They're going to help your blood pressure. They're going to help with healthy cholesterol. You're going to feel it. You're going to feel better. And don't forget about the Super Beats Heart Chews. It's going to help you regulate blood pressure, provide blood pressure support 2 times more effectively than just diet and exercise alone. And if you're a workout warrior, the turmeric chews, anti-inflammation. You know, the pain comes from the inflammation, and the turmeric chews help to regulate that. And I also take the Super Beats sports powder about 30 minutes before I go work out. Tonight, I'm playing pickleball at 6. So at 5:30, I'll take my Super Beats powder and be ready to go. You're going to feel great. And here's the great thing. You go to humann.com/TSU and tell them Texas, just use the promo code TSU. You're going to get 20% off your first order. So load up on the metabolic, the cardiovascular, and the cholesterol health dailies, and the Super Beats Heart Chews, the turmeric chews, the Super Beats sports powder, because there's a 90-day money-back guarantee. You have nothing to lose, everything to gain, including better health and feeling better. Humann with 2 N's.com/TSU. Use the promo code TSU. And for my guys who are snoring, hey, how about the gift of not snoring this Christmas? If you're snoring, could be the sign of a serious health issue called sleep apnea, which is a lack of oxygen while you're sleeping. That is scary. People die from it. In fact, Dr. Chad Denman, who founded the Sleep Cycle Center of Austin, has dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it did kill his own father at the age of 60. And we've got this great partnership with Texas Sports Unfiltered and the Sleep Cycle Center of Austin, locations in Lakeway and at the Arboretum. All you have to do is go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study, practically give it away. And that sleep study is going to detect, what level of sleep apnea you have. And Dr. Chad has the best treatment options, from oral appliance, like the mouth guard that I have that holds my lower jaw open while I sleep so I get that oxygen, to surgery. But get the answers. Take advantage of this great partnership right now. And the person who sleeps next to you will thank you later. Just go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And hey, this holiday season, how about a little holiday cheer at Cover 3? It's Monday, which means all night happy hour. That's right. Happy hour from 3:30 to close at Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. Go get that Sean Adams prime rib sandwich with the Parmesan fries, the ruby trout, the flatbreads, the beef tenderloin sliders, the buffalo chicken sliders. I love it all. Love those Parmesan fries too. And the Chop House burger. Texas Monthly calls it one of the best burgers in the state of Texas. So you be the judge. Get into Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. And hey, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, surveillance, surround sound, new lighting, electronic shades, only one number to call. And that is 255-8678. That is the number of our man, Tom McKay, and audiovisual consultations. Tom's been doing it for 37 years in Austin. He's put big screens and surround sound in all your favorite restaurants and in 3 different houses for me in my time in Austin. He's the best, and he makes it so simple. He's going to bring you the best price on big screens. So it's like ordering a pizza. You call 255-8678. Tom and his crew are going to bring everything to you. From the free consultation to installation, it's so simple. 255-8678, or go to avconsultations.com. All right. For the chip shot today, let's talk a little bit about DeAndre Moore, because this one hurts. DeAndre Moore, leader, accountable, good route runner, best connection rate among Texas's top 5 receivers. He's, rock solid guy, connects well with teammates, not afraid to hold others accountable, but he has higher visions for himself than perhaps the Texas coaching staff. Because how do you determine a number one receiver? You determine it by the targets. Who's getting the most targets? That's the number one receiver. And the number one receiver at Texas, Ryan Wingo. He had almost double the targets of DeAndre Moore. And, you know, Ryan Wingo, 770 yards, 7 touchdowns, 7 drops. But DeAndre Moore, I like it. Bet on yourself, man. Go do you and live the dream. He said going into the year, he wanted to, have 1,200 yards receiving, break Shipley's single season touchdown record of 13 set in 2009. And
did he get close to Jackson Shipley's records?
No,
Shipley.
Yeah, he had 4 touchdown catches. And, so DeAndre Moore is going to go get in the portal and try to live out that number one receiver somewhere else. And Texas, I'm not saying they're going to hurt at receiver. I'm just saying that DeAndre Moore is a quality receiver. He had the intangible stuff too, the leadership qualities. So that hurts. How about Texas women's basketball? They go up to South Dakota. South Dakota is a perennial mid-major power. Their coach has been there 26 years. He's been to the NCAA tournament a whole bunch of times. They're the 5-time defending Summit League champ. They got a player named Brooklyn Meyer, who's really good and scored 20 on Texas. Vic Schaefer said this was the worst game Texas has played in their 14-0 start, but he also said, my team is tired and they need 5 days off. They're getting 5 days off. They'll return to the court December 28th against Southeastern Louisiana, and then they will open SEC play at Missouri on January. Well, no, that's the men, right? Or no, it is the women. So they'll open SEC play at Missouri, and Rory Harmon is just amazing. Like, Rory Harmon is ridiculous. She had 7 assists in this game, 1 turnover. She leads the nation in assist to turnover ratio. She was the one applying the defensive pressure and hitting shots when they needed it, because Vic was not happy with the shot selection. Madison Booker was 7 of 20. Jordan Lee got off to a good start, and now Justice Carlton is hurt. And why didn't Brianna Preston play until the 4th quarter? She was fantastic. She scored. Yeah, she scored 9 points, 4 of 4 shooting. She had a 3-point play in there, 4 assists. I mean,
in 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes. More Brianna Preston, please.
Now, she might be on the minutes restriction coming back from the ankle injury, like high ankle sprain. That's nothing to muck with. But yeah, now Justice Carlton is out, which I don't know the length of time that she's out or how bad that injury is. Hopefully it's not. But yeah, they got to get back healthy. And yeah, Madison Booker, she looked like she was going through the motions yesterday, which is very rare for her. But I'm sure they are exhausted, because the core 3, Booker, Harmon, Lee, those girls have logged in a ton of minutes in these first 14 games. And the style of play that Vic Schaefer wants to play, like, you better be in shape. So, Ashton Judd, I thought she had her moments yesterday where she looked good. I thought Bria Cunningham and Kyla Oldegger weren't very good yesterday. Like, as you mentioned, homegirl down low, Brooklyn Meyer, she was giving them the work. She was giving them the work, man. She was undersized compared to Cunningham and Oldegger, but she was really good at using her pump fake. She was good at establishing her position before she got the ball, and she was just patient and got to her spots and didn't allow the height and size that Oldegger and Cunningham, bring in to affect her. And yeah, Coach Johnston for South Dakota State, that dude, it's a shame. I mean, no offense to South Dakota State. Kudos to him for staying in one place and them, just having that consistency with their head coach. But if he got better talent, Aaron Johnston, if he went to a place where they had more resources, that South Dakota State team, they're a smart team. Like, them white girls could play. They could play. There wasn't one sister on that team, Chip. I was like, damn, I know it's South Dakota, but man, we ain't got one sister, but it's all right. Hey, you got to recruit to what you have. And I know there ain't many sisters in South Dakota as a whole. So, coach, you got to get what you can take. And he brings them in. He develops them. They ain't fast at all. They can barely jump over a yellow book, but they're disciplined, high IQ, and even then, Texas forced them into 23 turnovers. So as bad as Texas played yesterday, which I agree with Vic Schaefer, they looked really sluggish. It's definitely the worst performance that they put on this season. They still forced 23 turnovers and won by 19 points. So that shows in their worst games, they're still out here getting big dubs that other teams probably wouldn't get in those situations. And they were on the road. And South Dakota, that ain't close. It wasn't like it was an easy trip. Like, that's a long flight right there, So
and cold as hell getting off the plane.
Yeah, cold as hell. I didn't even think about that. Like, yeah. So give them that time off. Let them go see their families and stuff. Come back healthy. Get that last non-conference game in, and then when it's time for SEC play, hopefully you're healthy enough to hit the ground running.
Yeah. All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Before that, though, shout out to Covert B Cave. I know a lot of folks are getting ready to hit the road to go see family if they haven't done it already, and you want to hit the road in a vehicle that you're comfortable in. Your car shouldn't have to alter your decision to see your family. You know what I'm saying? Like, get the car that, again, you just feel comfortable in, that you feel safe in. 7 hours, 4 hours, 30 minutes. You shouldn't have that fear of, man, I hope this car don't break down. Man, I hope I don't have a problem. The heater don't work right now, et cetera, et cetera. Problems can happen all the time. Life is life. But Covert B Cave, they want to make your life easier, just like they made my wife and my life easier by getting us Buick Encore GX. Wife came in there. She let them know, hey, I got an idea of crossover. This is our price range. What can y'all do for us? And my man Jerome hooked it up and found something in our price. We came back the next day, left the lot with a car, and it couldn't have been more of a beautiful, calming, soothing experience. So go to covertbcave.com, see all the latest specials and inventory before you touch down. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Ram, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, GMC, and Buick. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So a lot of weird stuff going on around the sports world.
And real quick, sorry, breaking news. Malik Muhammad has declared for the NFL draft. That is not a surprise.
Yeah, it's not a surprise at all. Yeah, let's talk about that real quick because we got about 16 minutes left. The right call could wait. Salute to Malik Muhammad. I've been one that's been very hard on Malik Muhammad, especially his sophomore year. I thought his sophomore year, as good as that defense was, he was the weak link. And again, if you're an offensive coordinator playing against 2024 Texas, when you got Andrew Makuba, Thorpe Award winner, John A. Barron, and Michael Taff on the field, somebody's got to get got. So they went after Malik Muhammad a lot, and he had a few mistakes. A lot of holding calls, pass interference calls that he knew he would have to work on in the offseason to come back for a contract year and make it that contract year. And he did that. Like, you could look at the Florida game and say him not playing was the reason why Texas didn't make the college football playoff, with the way Dallas Wilson went crazy and how much Kobe Black and those guys struggled. Like, they really missed Malik Muhammad, and he wasn't getting tried this year.
Right.
Like, his stats don't jump at you because nobody was really throwing at him. So if you're taking away a whole side of the field, hey, man, you're serious. And he put in that work. He put in that grind. Even with Terrence Joseph and Blake Gideon leaving and Dwayne Aquina and Mark Orfe coming in, he was still really good. One of the few bright spots on the secondary that, as we saw, which cost Pete Kwiatkowski his job, struggled this year. So, Manny Muhammad, bro, shout out to South Oak Cliff, who won another state championship. He put on for South Oak Cliff, and now he's about to go change his family's life, which I'm sure he's done already to some extent, being an NIL player, but now it's different, getting that NFL money. I don't know what he's going to do at Pro Day and the Combine, but I expect him to do well with his measurements. And, yeah, solid season. Congrats to Manny Muhammad. Wish him the best.
Yeah, and then he went, home for the Red River Shootout and had his best game, 2 interceptions. Made John Mateer look bad. Picked him off in the end zone right before halftime. Manny Muhammad, heck of a season, and this was expected. So now you're gonna turn to in the bowl game to Kobe Black, Warren Roberson, Cade Phillips. This is gonna be Cade Phillips is the future, so it's really kind of between Kobe Black and Warren Roberson to make an early statement about, hey, I'm the guy that needs to be in that starting lineup. And they've had some attrition at corner. Santana Wilson headed off to the portal. So this is, and look, Muschamp is going to change the way you're going to have to play man. You're going to have to play man. And that's what Kobe Black and Warren Roberson want. They're not great at off coverage. They're not great at, they want to be up on the line, and they're going to get that chance. So this is a big opportunity for them as they move forward. So this is good for Manny Muhammad, and it's going to be a real opportunity for guys like Kobe Black, Warren Roberson, and Cade Phillips.
Yeah, and they definitely need to go in the portal for all types of secondary players. I think at every spot. I'm not saying that like Grayson Littleton needs to be replaced, or if Jelani McDonald decides to come back, like his spot is solidified too. But still, when you're playing a 9-game SEC schedule that also has Ohio State on it, you got to have bodies, man, because we saw this defense. You could argue the 3 best players on defense from Texas this year missed time. Anthony Hill, Michael Taft, Manny Muhammad. Obviously, Colin Simmons is the best player out of all of them, but you catch my drift here. Like, your main guys going down, that definitely set you back. But also the next man up mentality, it didn't hit like it should have at a place like the University of Texas. And that's disappointing. So you want to bring in guys where, I know your best players, you want to keep them on the field, but let's be realistic. Guys are going to get fatigued. Guys are going to get bruises and just beat up a little bit. So when they get a drink of water, the ones that you bring in the game, not much of a drop-off, if any. That's what's ideal here, and that's what Will Muschamp and Steve Sarkisian are going to be striving for, and there's a lot of pressure on that with how the season ended. So very eager to see how things unfold these next few months with that.
Yeah.
All right. Right call time. This story's funny as hell, boy. Okay, so Ed Cooley, head coach of Georgetown, used to be at Providence, light-skinned brother, Ed Cooley. This fool is suspended for one game because he thought it was okay to throw a water bottle, Gatorade bottle, some sort of bottle that was empty in the stands when he got mad at a play. As you can see from the video, man. Yo, the kid gets hit in the chest. He's getting held by mama. He's in mama's lap. And Ed Cooley just pissed off. Horrible throw, by the way. Like, horrible throw. Because I feel like he was trying to throw it up, and somehow it just went down. It hit the child, and now he has to have consequences from it, which is being suspended from one game.
And that's probably like the wife of a Georgetown staffer.
Right.
Because usually the family, the home, the whatever, the traveling party is right behind the bench. So he probably dusted somebody's wife and kid right there.
Yo, man, that kid gets stuck. That's a shot, man. That's one of those. And that kid, he'll be a better man because of it in the future. But is this worth a game though? Like, I feel like this is more fine material. I don't know.
These situations, typically, they got to make an example out of somebody.
Yeah.
You can't be throwing stuff back into
the
crowd. Especially as the head coach. Come on, coach.
Come on, coach.
What are we doing?
Ed. Come on, Ed. We better than that.
Come on, Ed.
All right, so
what would John Thompson do?
I love that, Chip. What would John Thompson do?
He wouldn't be doing that.
No, he would just wipe the sweat off his brow with that towel that was always over his shoulder.
And he'd walk up to you after the game and be like,
that's it. Yo, man, CB, this is why you my dog, man, because you get it. We on the same wavelength because this is exactly what I'm about to talk about next. Okay, couple of nights ago, Rockets, they beat the Nuggets. Solid win. Reed Sheppard went crazy. Yo, I was wrong about Reed Sheppard. Reed Sheppard, he's starting the ball a little bit. Now, like I say all the time on these airways when I talk about the NBA, be careful because regular season NBA and postseason NBA, two completely different games. And if you're not ready to adjust, you're going to get smoked and you're going to get exposed. So Reed Sheppard, when playoff time comes around and it gets a little more physical, show me that you could do what you're doing now then. All right, I digress. Kevin Durant, Bruce Brown from the Nuggets, they get into it. After the game, Bruce Brown goes to the podium, speaks with the media. They ask him about the events that occurred. He says, yeah, I wish that you could fight in the league without getting fined. Because Durant said some things that you shouldn't say to another man. He crossed the line. So there's this guy on social media. His name's Legends. Somehow he gets like mic'd up footage and like he's really good at reading lips and stuff and then presenting it to the people. Really good. So I don't know. Somehow he gets the mics and you could hear certain things. Like, I'm not going to play it because Durant definitely crossed the line, but Durant calls him P-ass ninja, and he don't say ninja. And then he calls him a bum. He's pointing in his face. KD hit a dagger three to end the game. He's like running back, dancing, doing things. I haven't seen KD do like dancing and just making gestures like that ever in my life, but he's doing all that and stuff. And I mean, I like it. I like trash talking basketball. Like, that's one thing I appreciate about KD. He don't back down from no one, and he'll let you know during the game that he's giving you that work. But hey, to each his own. If Bruce Brown feels like he crossed the line, then he has every right to feel that way. But to me, that's what the 80s and 90s were about. So, hey, we need more of that in the NBA. I'm with it. Keep it going.
Hey, man. KD still got it.
He still got it.
KD still got it.
And to be honest, Chip, I think like things like that, it's going to be so hard for him to retire. Like Father Time might have to take him out. You know what I'm saying? Because if he's healthy and good enough to run, he'll play for another 10 years just off the passion of just being out there and just everything about it, from having teammates, the art of the game, the work that you have to put in, the beauty of the game, and then, you know, the trash talking aspect and the challenge. Like, he loves every aspect of basketball and what comes with it. And the Rockets, they're exciting. They're exciting. Şengün doing his thing. Again, Reed Shepherd's got a lot better. Thompson twin, sure you know, with the Thompson twin that's representing the Pistons, those guys are just athletic freaks. So the only concern thing about Rockets fans, or that Rockets fans should have right now, is they've lost 8 clutch games this year. They've lost 9 total. They're 1-4 in overtime games. So when it comes to closing out tight games, as of now, they've been struggling with that. And last night they lost to the Kings. Russell Westbrook hit a huge 3 to tie it. Kevin Durant missed a huge 3 to win it, went into overtime and ended up losing that one against a team that ain't going to make the playoffs or have any chance of making it at all. So something to look at for the Rockets moving forward.
Man.
Yeah.
Let's go, KD.
Yeah.
Rockets, let me see. What we looking at here? Are we looking at the 6th seed right now? Okay.
Yeah, still early. But they always say you know who your team is after 25 games, or you start to figure it out what your team really is after 25 games. So, yeah, that's where they are. West is a gauntlet. The East wide open, and we'll see. Christmas Day, always a tradition, watching them 5 games. Now we got the NFL, so a lot going on Christmas Day. I'm all about it. All right, last thing before we bring in Patrick and Matt. Kenny Dillingham, who is staying at Arizona State and got a big contract. This dude is fighting for the boosters and the folks and alums that went to ASU, how they need to give back, and they need to give back handsomely. Listen to this.
So we need to find one of these really rich people in this city to step up and stroke a check, and I'll do everything I can to make you the most famous person in the city, right? That's really what we need. We need one person. We live in Phoenix, Arizona. You're telling me there's not one person who could stroke a $20 million check right now? There is somebody out here who can. There's somebody who can. There's somebody. And like other people are going to sacrifice to be here. Somebody step up and be that dude to say, holy cow, what completely changed it? This person. There's somebody out there that's going to listen to this, that's going to get it forwarded it. If you know somebody who can do it, forward this message to somebody. Somebody can step up and completely take this place from the direction it's going to holy cow. And it's right here in the city.
I like it. I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're seeing, you know, David Booth from Kansas, who lives here in Austin. He's given $300 million to Kansas for NIL purposes, to endow their NIL for life, which is what you want, baby.
Yeah.
You put $300 million into escrow, you trim that interest every year for your NIL, you looking good. Kenny Dillingham just wants a $20 million check.
That's it. He ain't asking for much.
That's 1 year.
Yeah, that
of
ain't
red
nothing,
share.
right? That ain't nothing. He ain't asking for much. There's somebody out there. He gonna make him famous.
Oh yeah.
You heard the guy. I love Kenny Dillingham, man. That dude. He's good for the game.
Yeah. All right. Let's open up the gym. Let's bring in Patrick and Matt. What up, fellas?
What's going on, man? It's It's a good old Monday. Short week for us here before Christmas. KD's yelling at players. Kenny Dillingham's begging for money. Just sports as usual.
What more could you want?
What more could you want?
What more could you want?
KD get into a fight with a guy that he played with for 2 years. That's something more. That's something more than what was on the court that night. Those dudes were teammates for 2 seasons.
I was thinking about that, Patrick. Like, didn't they play together?
Yeah, 2000 to 2022 on the Nets.
Yeah, and KD was saying that we don't even have to guard you. Basically saying they could just sag off him and let him shoot because he's that much of a liability on the offensive end. Like that is knife to the gut and just twisting the hell out of it real slow. Like
that's if I had to guess, knowing how KD normally rolls, Bruce Brown said some stuff after either Bruce Brown left Brooklyn or after KD left Brooklyn. He said some things about KD, and KD has not forgotten them at all.
Yeah. I can see that. But Merry Christmas, fellas. Y'all have a good show. We out of here
tomorrow.
See y'all tomorrow.
Later, guys.
Welcome in to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text lines open 512-222-9328. And, of course, over there on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Appreciate anybody hanging out with us and everybody hanging out with us here on a Monday edition during the holidays. It's a short week for us. We'll be off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but here today and tomorrow. Matt, you getting ready? Have a good weekend with the playoffs, with everything going on and heading into the holidays?
Man, that might have been the most satisfying first round of a playoff that I've ever experienced, if I'm being completely honest. Oklahoma choking it away, 17-point lead, just giving it away because John Mateer's ass. A&M becoming the first team in the history of college football history of college football playoff not to score a touchdown in a playoff game. Both of those teams becoming the first teams ever to lose a home playoff game. And my Rebels looked unbelievable.
They looked really good. Good.
It was good, man.
I mean, yeah, it was. That was a lot of fun to watch over the weekend. At least the first 2 games were a lot of fun to watch over the weekend. What is up, Disbanded? Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, it is. It was a positive over the weekend. We'll get more into that game here in a minute, but yeah, the fact that Oklahoma paid 50 cents to hype up Alabama to beat them might be the best thing I've ever seen. When they cut to we paid 50 cents and Ty Simpson is rapping every lyric, and the Alabama team's getting hyped up because 50's there, and you're like, oh, I don't think this is what you were aiming for, you guys. I don't think you were aiming to hype up the other team more than yourselves.
Yeah. Look, I love 50. I think he is probably the greatest troll on the planet that is alive right now. We've seen all the things that he's done with the Diddy documentary. And maybe he did that just to troll Oklahoma. I don't know. It was kind of poetic though. It was kind of poetic. He was wearing that shirt that said "hard to kill," and boy, were they not hard to kill in that game.
Relatively easy to kill. The new Oklahoma shirts.
I said before that game, the first quarterback that made a big mistake was going to lose that football game.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened because John Mateer became John Mateer and he gave it away. And I was getting so much hate from Oklahoma people on Twitter over the weekend. It was so much. And probably because I was trolling a little bit. I'll admit I was trolling a little bit. One of the comments was, well, you realize they wouldn't have, scored X amount of points, 17, 24 points or whatever without John Mateer. It's like, yeah, they probably wouldn't have given up, he also gave the Alabama a touchdown. So he lost them the game. He actually played pretty well for the most part.
Yeah, first half he played really well.
And then in the second half, as soon as Alabama got in his head a little bit, he turned back into John Mateer.
Yeah, we saw it. We saw once the adjustments were made. We saw that. We'll get into that in just here in a minute. We're going to do our overreactions today since we're in a short week. We've got a lot to get into with the NFL and the college football playoffs, all of that to get into. But starting us off, Hair the Dog, we're not seeing him again. We're going to see him again after they get somebody in the transfer portal. They'll get a big signing in the transfer portal, and we'll see him again. But until
one of their best players just entered the transfer portal.
Oh, yeah?
Kobe McKenzie
in the transfer portal. All right.
Yeah.
He's on vacation. Look, I'm not trying to say I told you so, but if he doesn't show up today, I told you he was not going to be here today. So we'll see. He's got till 6:00 to show up.
He does.
Hell, I'll even give him tomorrow. I'll give him tomorrow. I'll give him till 6:00 tomorrow.
Is tomorrow our last show of the week?
Yes.
Okay, if he doesn't show up before the end of our show tomorrow, he is officially branded a coward until he proves
because that's twice. That's twice he would have backed out after declaring that they were going to win everything. So, if he wants to give us a hard time, we will give him a hard time. That's all I'm saying.
Hey,
about fair play.
If you can't take it, don't dish it out.
That's the way. That's the rules. So I said that he would not be here. I'm assuming he will not be here. We'll see. We'll see if he proves me wrong. Prove me wrong. Couldn't do it with the Sooners. So prove me wrong with your own ability to show up. All right, but I did want to before we get in. We did get a couple more names over the weekend, and today, Matt, for the Longhorns, a little bit more clarity on a couple of names. We got the clarity that DeAndre Moore will not be going to the draft, which did seem kind of odd for him to be going to the draft in those initial reports. We wish him best. He will be going to the transfer portal, which does make a little bit more sense. It's a shame to lose DeAndre Moore. I would have preferred if he would have gone to the draft because you would have been able to go, okay, well, he's a Longhorn now forever. But I understand. I understand with, the target share that he was getting this year, where he was being used this year, maybe deciding and, where the draft stock was. And kind of looking at the number 2 wide receiver for Texas for several years was still in the conversation to be a top pick. That was not the case this year. And I think he decided I'm going to go move on to somewhere else where I can go be a number 1 or be much more used in the offense and maybe get a better chance to get drafted high. Wish him the best, but not wildly out there. I thought he'd be back. Matt said he was probably going to be out the door. He said it was like 50-50s out the door. So Matt did call that one. We heard Hero Canoe will be coming back, which was questionable at points, but a really big piece, especially when we talk about the transfer portal and trying to bring guys in. That does help you out in that defensive tackle room a lot. That if you're able to keep most of that defensive room in line, then you don't have to go out and spend a bunch of money trying to bring in those guys who can be pretty expensive in the portal and get into bidding wars and spending your time. You get to spend more time on that offensive line, linebacker room, secondary, where you're really looking for some guys to bring in and keep their people. So that one, that one's also, it's really good news. That one was, I think 60-40 he was going to stay, but there was a decent enough chance he could move on from where he was at. And then just right before the show, Matt, the reports came out. Malik Muhammad posted that he will be declaring for the draft, which is no real surprise whatsoever for Malik Muhammad declaring for the draft. You called it perfectly when you said it. Manny went into this season believing this is my last season at Texas and I'm going to the draft at the end of the season. And it's really hard to change your mind out of that.
Yeah, especially when you're playing extremely well all season long.
Yeah.
And then you get to the back half of the season and it drops off a little bit because he had that injury, against Florida. And then, the secondary wasn't all that great and no fault to him for what was happening in the secondary. But it was an inevitability. I believe wholeheartedly it was an inevitability. I'm happy for him. I think he's going to be a day 2 pick, perhaps a day 3 pick, but more than likely a day 2 pick. The Hero Canoe thing, I think, is great news. I do think they still chase a defensive tackle in the portal, but I think that number that you have to chase on defensive line certainly drops now because you get a guy who's going to come back and be a major player for you, especially in this Will Muschamp system coming up next year. It's going to be great. And then DeAndre Moore, I'm happy for him. He's going to go somewhere and be the focal point of the offense. I don't know where that is yet. I think he stays in the Power 4. he's from California. Maybe he goes out there somewhere to a team that needs a new number one. But wherever he ends up, they're gonna get a great player who's a great leader, and he learned from the best in Jordan Whittington. I think he's going to be able to take that to another program and be very successful. So none of these surprising whatsoever, in my opinion. I think the amount of surprises that you might see is pretty low. There may be one.
I mean, Naomi Lafau is definitely one.
Yeah,
that we got. And again, the question now is, once the portal opens and Texas starts to bring in the people they're going to bring in, and they win some of these battles and get some of the guys they get in, then you could see somebody else realize their spot was just taken over by somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
And so you'll likely see somebody enter the portal when they just go, "Oh, I thought I was going to be there, and you just brought in someone in my position," which leads me to believe that I will not be needing to be back next season.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see how this DeAndre Moore situation kind of shakes out in terms of what the wide receiver room looks like. I think there's a couple of different ways they could take it. If they chase a wide receiver in the portal, I imagine it would be more of an inside guy than an outside guy. Kind of a slot receiver type, or they can move Emmett Mosley into the slot where I think he would do very, very well. He's a tremendously good downfield blocker. He's really good in the slot, as we've seen already at times this year. And then maybe that opens up an opportunity on the outside for Khalil Lockett and Jamie French to get more playing time. Maybe you still chase a guy in the portal on the outside if you move Emmett Mosley inside. There's a lot of different things they could do, but I think for the most part, they're going to be pretty set at wide receiver. You might bring in a guy, you might not.
Yeah.
And I think that's okay.
No, it does feel, it's disappointing for DeAndre Moore, but we already thought he was going to be going, so we've kind of already dealt with that one. And then Hero Canoe is that one, just it helps you out a lot to know where you're at and have a little consistency there. Texas hasn't had any continuity or consistency at that defensive line spot, the defensive tackle spot, for several years, because they keep putting two guys in the NFL. But they went a little bit younger this year. So now you get Alex January back. You get Murad Watson back likely. You get a Hero Canoe back. You're bringing back a lot of guys that played a lot of snaps for you this season. So you still go out and probably get a couple guys to replace a Travis Shaw, Cole Brevard, those types of guys. But you do, you're able to keep a lot of your guys in there, which is going to help you out with the, with changing so much other stuff on that defense this year. Your defensive line is not going to be affected completely. And we still don't know where Justice Terry's really going to live a lot. We assume he's going to move outside a little bit more. But if he stays inside, then that's another name you can put on that list. So you get Justice Terry in that list as well as someone who's been there and maybe started to play some snaps. I think we'll see a lot more from him when we get to the bowl game here in just over a week. But let's get into the playoffs here, Matt. And let's get into recapping what happened. And then we can start to look forward to kind of what we're looking at in these next matchups a little bit. We'll get more into that tomorrow as well. Long week here, Matt. So we'll get more into that tomorrow. But we can start off with that Alabama-Oklahoma game where it did start off. I was watching it with some Alabama fans, and they went really into a dark place pretty early when Oklahoma takes a 17-0 lead. It feels like, okay, this could be a really big problem for us. This could really, Alabama was not playing well at all, not playing good football at all. And Oklahoma was shot out of a cannon. But what you kind of realized was Oklahoma came out all adrenaline, pure adrenaline. And all it took was one drive by Alabama. And Alabama was able to just temper a drive down the field, and they get that first touchdown. They go for it on fourth down. They get it. They score the touchdown. And from that point on, it felt like it just took all the wind out of Oklahoma's sails, and they'd already used up all their adrenaline. And so now you were just talking about two teams playing, and from that point on, Oklahoma was not the better team. So the 17-0 run sets them up, and they played decently throughout. John Mateer, 26 of 41 for 307, but he does have that huge interception in the game. Neither team really ran the ball well. If you take out Ty Simpson, Daniel Hill had a few good runs. He had that big 30-yard run that was really big, but this was an Alabama team who felt like once you see the game in its entirety, understood how to not get too emotional, pick themselves up, pace themselves for a really strong, long road game. They do have the issue that they're not doing what great teams do, which is start strong and finish strong. But they were able to temper the Oklahoma just coming out, Matt, and trying to just beat them in the ground early and just ran out of steam in the second quarter.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you got to give credit to Alabama for their ability to settle in and fight back in this game despite the big hole. Because a lot of teams, if you get into a 17-0 hole, you're just going to fold and you're going to give up.
Yes.
Ty Simpson continued to battle, and I was really impressed with him throughout the majority of the game. He didn't turn the ball over through the air, which he had an issue with the last couple weeks. He threw a couple nice touchdown passes as well. I thought they did a really good job of spreading the ball around and getting the ball to guys in space. Oklahoma had a few busts in coverage as well, which, the best defense in America shouldn't be able to do, right? You shouldn't be given
27 straight points.
Yeah, they gave up 27 straight. It was an epic collapse that I was more than happy to watch and ingest. And I think that neither team could run the football. There was one big run by Daniel Hill in that game. Outside of that, there wasn't any rushing of the football that was noteworthy. I mean, John Mateer had that nice touchdown run when they, at the beginning of the game, but outside of that, neither team could run the football particularly well. And then when that happens, it kind of comes down to, okay, whose quarterback is going to play better in the passing game and whose quarterback is going to take care of the ball better. That ended up being Ty Simpson, unsurprisingly, because John Mateer is he is a unpredictable player at best. That pick six was an absolute gut punch for them. It came at the worst time. I thought that was probably the biggest change in the game for Alabama is when they got that pick six. It really just kind of made it seem like Oklahoma was going to be battling from behind the rest of the way, and they'd already kind of, I don't want to say they had lost the game at that point, but it almost felt like, all right, this is Alabama's game. It makes you wonder. It really makes you wonder about like how these playoff teams are selected. To me, like, I'm not saying that Oklahoma shouldn't have been a playoff team, but putting them number 8 seemed like a bit of a stretch to me from the beginning.
But I get that they should have been number 9, but they beat Alabama head to head, so you have to put them ahead of Alabama.
Well, yeah, but like I don't know. I just think that maybe Miami and Notre Dame should have been a little bit higher, and maybe Oklahoma should have been a little bit lower.
No, I think in hindsight we can say that. I don't think it was just ranked wrong. I think it was ranked wrong in a bigger area, but I don't think Notre Dame in the ranking system. I think big wins matter more than anything. Can you beat good teams?
Yeah,
and
I agree
beat
with that.
Alabama. They beat them in the regular season, but they just had to play them again, and it's really hard to beat a team twice in one season. A&M didn't really win any big games other than Notre Dame early, and that was a big sign for A&M that they didn't win any big games.
I agree with that. I'm not like I said, I'm not saying Oklahoma shouldn't have been a playoff team or whatever. I'm just saying that clearly there were flaws with that football team.
There is, and we're going to get into some flaws about football teams here in a little bit, because I do want to look at those, because you could see some massive flaws in some of these teams, that we saw play on Friday and Saturday. And for Oklahoma, like I remember watching, it was early in that game. Everything's kind of going Oklahoma's way. They have a pass breakout, receivers wide open for a touchdown, and John Mateer overthrows him by 20 yards. And it's a weird, like, sidearm kind of throw where he's not really in trouble. He's not about to get hit, but he makes a weird throw off his back foot. and he's kind of, it's just everything about the throw was not right. And you went, oh, okay, there's John Mateer.
Mm-hmm.
I was curious if he had started to fix those things and maybe over the weeks had gotten better and was playing better football and then you saw that pass and you went, okay, that's John Mateer. That's who we know has kind of been the guy all season long that makes some really good plays, but then just because that's a touchdown. He hits his guy, it's a touchdown. And that's one of those passes. All he had to do is plant his feet, sail the ball, put it up there where his receiver can go under and catch it, and he's good. It's a touchdown. And he just chunks it as hard as he can, 20 yards past the guy. Those types of plays, when you started to see it, and that was when you started to see Oklahoma's adrenaline wearing off a little bit, and that everything going their way just starts to wear off a little bit early in that game. And when that happens, all of a sudden it turns it around, and this Alabama team is able to go in there and start playing better. And, now we get a look at what an Alabama team is going forward that still really doesn't have a running game. That Ty Simpson still wasn't a top-level quarterback in this game. He didn't make mistakes, but they kind of pulled him out of it. The receivers still dropped passes. They still, a lot of the issues that had plagued them all year long. Ryan Williams has 1 catch for 5 yards. Like that, you can't have that in these games. You have to get better. Brooks was actually their best receiver, 2 touchdowns in the game. Horton played well, but Jerry Bernard, and I know he's been beat up a little bit. He's a little hurt, but he's supposed to be your best guy. He didn't really do much. Cuevas, their tight end, supposed to do a lot. Didn't really do much. So Oklahoma really shut down some of their guys. You can put some of that on Oklahoma's defense and some of that on Alabama's offense, just not looking like it really needs to be where it's at to be able to go in there and win. I'll tell you this. As somebody who's tired of hearing the Big Ten rant and rave, I would really, really love it if the SEC could shut them up with a win here. I wouldn't necessarily bet on it, but it would really make me happy if they could shut them up. But that one's going to be an interesting one now because Alabama, while they did beat an Oklahoma team, it did feel like Oklahoma kind of decided a lot of that game by coming out playing really, really good football and then tailing off. Defense, missed assignments, blown coverages, bad passes, bad decisions, all of those things kind of added up. And then Alabama was just kind of slow and steady wins the race. But I don't know if that's going to be able to carry on to the next round.
Well, no, I don't think it's going to be able to carry on to the next round. I wouldn't be comfortable betting Alabama against Indiana at all. I will say I don't think that Steve Sarkisian would have let Ryan Williams have 1 catch for 5 yards.
No,
I'll tell you that. I don't know what happened to Ryan Williams in that offense or where he has disappeared to in terms of, the primary guy, but something's weird there.
Well, I can tell you what's happened there is that last season, Ryan Williams was wide open all the time. So they just drop balls into his hands. And he's really good at catching this. He's really good at that. He's not really good at this. So now when he's getting contested catches and they're not because they don't have a run game, they're able to double off and put a safety on him. He's got guys coming across on him, and now that safety scares the hell out of him. And it was just, if they had a run game, he'd probably be a little bit better. But because they can just drop a safety back on him all the time, he's just disappeared so much in that game. But yeah, he's just not been good at catching the football in, smaller areas. And last year he was really good at getting wide open because he was faster than everybody. You just get downfield.
Well, he was only targeted twice, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think so. No, I don't see it on there, but
I think he was only targeted twice in that game, maybe 3 times, and that's bizarre to me, because he's so talented. But regardless, there's something that's broken with the Alabama offensive line in terms of the running game, and I'm not really sure what that is either, because I don't sit there and watch tape on Alabama, but
yeah,
it seems like they've got dudes up there, like they've got Caden Proctor, they've got Parker Brailsford. They've got a couple other guys. Like, they should be able to run the football better. And it's not like they just weren't able to do it against Oklahoma. This has been a season-long problem for them. So I feel like that's going to come back to bite them against Indiana in a big way. I also want to give one other shout out to Oklahoma real quick. Not only blowing the big lead, not only becoming the first college football playoff team ever to lose a home game, but also more losses in the history of the college football playoff than any other program in the country. 0-5. It's impressive.
It's impressive. It's impressive there. Another impressive outing by the Texas A&M Aggies. 3-10. They get a fourth quarter field goal to not get shut out there against Miami. Defense played well enough in this game, but Marcel Reed it. 3 turnovers in the game, a fumble, and 2 interceptions for Marcel Reed. Just could not deal with the pressure. That A&M offensive line could not deal with the pressure that Miami was bringing, and just did not do much going for themselves. I thought Le'Veon Moss was going to be a bigger factor than he was in this game. 7 carries for 15 yards.
Yep.
Wasn't able to get going whatsoever. Neither was Marcel Reed. Neither was Ruben Owens able to get going. So everybody just couldn't really get anything happening. They averaged 2.5 yards per carry. And then on the other side, Miami averages 6.3 yards per carry. A lot of that comes from Mark Fletcher with a 56-yard run, though, breaking a big one. This for A&M, after all season, after everything they had done, to completely faceplant at the end of the season, Matt, to go in and talk all this trash for the Texas game and all this, then lose to Texas pretty decidedly, then play in a game where you lose by a touchdown, but offensively you are never in this game. Mm-hmm. Like defensively you were in the game. Offensively you were never in this game. I mean, for the Aggies, this is the nightmare scenario that they thought about before they played Texas, right?
Yeah, I think so. Their 2 biggest games of the year, Texas and Miami. Marcel Reed has 0 touchdowns and 5 turnovers. From what I mean, Brooks Austin said this, not me, so don't come after me and on Twitter, Aggie people. But he said Kyle Field was loud, but it's not intimidating. And he doesn't think that had anything to do, like the crowd did not play a factor in what was happening in that football game, which is really surprising because all we ever hear about Kyle Field, and I've experienced it a few times myself, is that it's one of the most intimidating environments to play in college football. Maybe that had something to do with it being at 11 a.m.
I think it does.
Like, yeah, to a certain extent, but there's no excuse for 3 points in a college football playoff game when you've been considered a top 3 team for the majority of the year. And, your offense has been explosive pretty much the entire season. And you've got a Heisman Trophy candidate at quarterback and, all of these different things going for you. And Casey Concepcion winning an award and Cassius Howe, unanimous All-American, all this. None of those guys showed up. None of them showed up. And it's pretty surprising to me because I thought Texas A&M was a good football team. I really did. But when you kind of break it down and you talk about, contenders versus pretenders, it really seems like Texas A&M was a pretender. And maybe some of the offensive stuff, over the last couple of weeks had to do with Colin Klein leaving to take a new job and being distracted and, the defensive coordinator leaving for a new job and being distracted and all these these internal promotions and all this different stuff. I think they just weren't ready for it. I just don't think they were ready for the moment. And it seems like in the 3 biggest games that they have had under Mike Elko, Texas twice, and now Miami, they have scored 0 touchdowns in 2 of those games offensively. And they have scored 17 points or less in all 3 of those games.
Yeah.
And that's something needs to change there. I don't know what it is, but it like you get off to the 11-0 start and the best season in school history in the regular season and all these different things. And everybody's lauding you as a national championship contender, including myself. I thought they were a national championship contender. But it seems like they're still a few steps away from figuring out what it really means to be a contender.
Yeah,
they
and
can't win big games.
And when you see what they've done in the last 2 games of the season now, and Colin Klein leaves, is there a part of you that's like, oh, we need to fire Holman Wiggins too and go actually hire an OC?
Maybe.
Like, because if I'm A&M right now, I'm not thrilled that we promoted an offensive guy. Like, clearly, if our defense still showed up, we allowed 10 points in a college football playoff game. So what we need is somebody to fix our offense. So we should go get somebody like how Texas went out and got Will Muschamp to improve their defense. We should go get somebody to get our offense in shine. I wouldn't necessarily want to promote somebody from within if that was what happened. Now, I get it. Elko's young there, as coaching there. He's trying to build the culture. He doesn't want to bring in somebody to change that up yet. If this continues next season, their offense doesn't rebound, if Marcel Reed doesn't turn into what people are thinking he could be this year, I would assume that would happen next season, that they would go try and bring somebody in.
Well, at a certain point, you kind of have to think about a couple of different questions if you're Texas A&M. Number one, is this offensive system good enough to win, at a high level?
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is when you have faced real SEC defenses and really talented defenses like you saw in Miami, it completely shuts down. It happened against Texas 2 years in a row. It happened against Miami. It happened against Auburn. It probably would have happened against Oklahoma or Georgia or Ohio State or any other team you could have seen in this field that has an elite defense. It feels like it's kind of a gimmicky Big 12 system. And I don't think that is the kind of system that lends itself to winning at a national championship level. So maybe something needs to fundamentally change on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
And then the other, there's Sooner Cowboys. He's here.
Shut up.
Hey, congratulations. You're not a coward.
Good job.
And then the other question is Marcel Reed really the guy that you want running this system into the future? Like, is he your quarterback of the future? I'm still torn on that because there were some throws that he made in this game where I was like, what is he doing? Like he missed a guy wide open across the middle by about 20 yards high in the air, and it ends up getting picked off.
Yeah.
And he throws the 2 picks at the end of the game against Texas, and he has a horrible first half against South Carolina. And to his credit, he bounced back against South Carolina, but he was never able to get it going. And I don't want to hear about the stuff that he was out drinking a week before the game at a club in College Station. Like, I don't care about that. Like, let the kid live his life. He's in college. Yeah. He went out one night after probably a long day of film review. But is he ever going to get to the point where he is a legitimate threat throwing the football? And if he's not, then maybe you have to go in a different direction. I think he can get there, but he has to have the right people helping him to do it. And I don't know that Holman Wiggins is going to be that guy.
No, that's kind of the question after this point where you just go, well, there clearly seems to be a problem. Mike Elko's a hell of a defensive coach, but the same concept of Sark saying, I'm a hell of an offensive coach, I'm going to need help on the defense. It may feel like they're a year away from it. I would just say these 2 games would make me, if I was an Aggie, but also I'd be a lot dumber if I was an Aggie. That's what I hear. It's not me saying it. It's what I hear.
Bobby Petrino would have been a really good hire for them.
Oh, but he's going to hang out with Bill Belichick now.
Mm-hmm.
The weirdest, oldest room. Oh, that is it's a weird old room there. You're going to get into
a very weird old room.
But yeah, it is. So we get the Aggies scoring 3 points. They move on. We'll talk about Miami here again in a second about what they're, did not also look great in that game, but looked better. But we get into the other 2 games, which we'll talk about a little quicker, which is Ole Miss looking really, really good, handling their business against Tulane, not really having any problems. We do see Trinidad Chambliss come down, and Austin Simmons walks in the game, and he's fine as well. Goes 4 for 5 for 64 yards in the process while Trinidad Chambliss is dealing with an injury. Trinidad Chambliss 23 of 29 for 282 and a touchdown. Lacey runs for 5.8 yards per carry. Like, everything seemed to be going just fine for that Ole Miss offense. And this does feel like Charlie Weiss Jr. coming back and going, I know it's Lane Kiffin's offense, but I'm calling the plays. So, hey, everybody who needs a head coach, just put it out there. And I'm going to LSU for 1 year, and then I'll try and be on my way to be a head coach somewhere.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Ole Miss just for, obviously it's Tulane, and John Summerall, you got to give him some grace here because he's going through a lot right now. Not only is he getting a new job, but I think his father passed away as well. So he's had a lot on his plate.
Yes.
But Tulane shouldn't have been in the playoff anyway.
Nope.
And I'm glad that Ole Miss came out and took care of business and really made that, or emphasized that to the rest of college football and to the college football playoff committee. I mean, they came out and scored 2 touchdowns on their first 2 drives. Trinidad Chambliss was dialed in. Kawan Lacey was dialed in. Pete Golding, I thought, did a tremendous job with that defense as well. It was a very similar result to what happened against Tulane the first time, but it also kind of seemed to me like, and I don't want to discount what Lane Kiffin has done over the last few years at Ole Miss, because he's been the best coach in the history of Ole Miss football in the last 50 years, probably. So he deserves his credit, but it almost feels like they're better without Lane Kiffin right now. It almost feels like they're playing in an extra gear. Like they want to win that much more because he left. And it kind of seemed like they were free of some shackles and some decision making that he was making over the last few weeks that you would kind of question, which was kind of a thing that you did throughout his tenure at Ole Miss. Like, why is he putting, Austin Simmons in at the goal line at quarterback when he's not as much of a running threat as Trinidad Chambliss? And then like you're throwing a triple reverse jump pass from the one, like all of those kinds of things. They just went out and they hit Tulane in the mouth and they took care of business, and it was really nice to see.
And then our last game, Oregon had no problem with James Madison. James Madison did come back and cover the spread in the second half. They were down 34-6 at halftime, and Oregon just kind of started to mail it in a little bit and put in some subs and do a couple things, and they're able to put up 28 points. James Madison is in the second half. So they're able to cut it to a 51-34 game, which it wasn't that close. It was never really in doubt. But James Madison just understood the assignment, at least, of if we don't put any points up, they're going to get rid of all the group of 5. Like, we'll never play another championship. We'll never get to another playoff. So somebody has to do it, and the game before us didn't do it. So somebody has to do something where you go, we'll put up 34 points in Oregon. So they had that one talking point. They get it from James Madison covering the spread. It was still a double-digit loss. It still was not close, but they did put up 34 points in that game, which is just kind of annoying because you could have had the full perfect weekend full for fans like Texas, where we're like, Sooners lose, Aggies lose, and both the group of 5 teams that shouldn't be in there so we could be in there are gone and like completely get destroyed. So it could have been a little bit better, but I'll take it. At the end of the day, Dante Moore made a few bad mistakes as well with a couple interceptions. But overall, once again, this feels like the group of 5 teams didn't really need to be in there.
Florida is expected to hire Duke's Chris Foster as its new running backs coach, according to Matt Zenitz. I wonder if Jaden Ball is going to like that hire. I was 3 minutes and 17 seconds away from a 6-0 weekend in our picks, Patrick.
I know, you were so close.
And then James Madison got that last touchdown, and it ruined it for me. But they had no business being there. It was abundantly clear that they had no business being there, and Tulane had no business being there, and that was abundantly clear. There has to be some kind of rule that unless the group of 5 team, and I've said this a bunch of times, unless the group of 5 team has a really special season and they're ranked within the top 15 or really close, to the top 12 somewhere, they don't need to be in there because they're not competing, and they need to schedule teams in the Power 4 in their non-conference so they can build their resume. And James Madison did neither of those things.
No,
And
I
they got
agree.
blitzed.
I mean, because I think what we can see by what happened is strength of schedule might matter a little bit, because teams like A&M and Oklahoma and didn't necessarily play as hard of a schedule. And Oklahoma, for their credit, scheduled Michigan. They played what was supposed to be a tough end of schedule, but then LSU was no good, and Missouri had a backup quarterback. And so it really wasn't as bad as we thought it was going to be. So it's not, through fault of your own always that your schedule is not what we think it's going to be. And for Texas, when you book Ohio State a few years out, you're like, Ohio State could be like number 10 in the country. And then they're national champions and number 1 in the country and number 2 in the country. And you're like, crap. All right. So we're playing that team now. So, you're kind of back and forth on some of these where when you book them, you don't know who you're going to be able to go. So I think that's where we look at it and say, I think it does when we look at who beats the best teams. And again, OU beat Alabama, so I'm giving it credit for that. A&M didn't beat anybody. They beat a Notre Dame team well before Notre Dame was any good. And we still don't even know how good Notre Dame was. So A&M was the one that I get, like, you can't take a one-loss team and take them out of the playoffs. But you could tell a little bit more of what that team was probably going to be. They just hadn't really played any big games except for that A&M game. And that was a one-score game. And it just felt like they maybe didn't improve as much as Notre Dame did throughout the season.
Yeah, I agree with that. I still think Notre Dame should have been in the playoff over James Madison, not over Alabama or Oklahoma or Miami, but over James Madison. And then maybe that changes the calculus on what happens in the Oregon game. I still think Oregon would have beat them though.
Yeah.
There just needs to be wholesale changes to this whole process.
I agree. I'm with you on that.
Because you look at the way that Oklahoma played, you look at the way that James Madison and Tulane both played. Oklahoma deserves to be in. Like, there's no question they deserve to be in. But with these, especially with these other two teams like James Madison and Tulane, do we really think that Texas or Vanderbilt or even BYU would have gone into any of those games and lost by 3 scores?
No.
Like, don't we think that Texas or Notre Dame or Vanderbilt or BYU would have had a much better chance to not only win in round 1, but move forward into the playoff? Particularly Notre Dame and Texas? I think so.
I do too.
So like, what are we even doing? Why are we giving not 1, but 2 participation trophies?
No, it's silly. And again, I'm not even the maddest about one of them getting in, but 2 of them getting in, James Madison being super down there, not even remotely close to being in the picture. That one drives me nuts, because you're like, well, there was 2 games that didn't matter. You could have at least had one game that mattered. You could have had one game that didn't matter and had another one, but you had 2 games that didn't matter. I don't know. That to me is there. I want to get into this a little bit before we take our first break here, Matt. I wanted to get into who we feel is the least flawed team and kind of the flaws of all of these teams, and going through and trying to figure out, okay, which flaw is going to end up biting teams the worst. And we'll start with probably which team do you think is probably the most flawed now? Is it one of the 4 that's up there? Is it a Texas Tech team, because we haven't seen what they've done yet? Is it an Alabama team? Is it a Miami team? Like, who do you feel is probably the most flawed program that's still in the playoffs as of now?
I think it's Alabama.
Okay.
And I think it's Alabama because they're extremely one-dimensional on offense. And I don't think that their defense is elite enough to really make up for that. And the only reason their defense was good enough to make up for it in this particular game was because Oklahoma's offense is just bad.
Yeah.
Like Alabama against almost anybody else in the field in the top 10 other than Oklahoma probably would have lost. And I don't think that you can say the same thing about Miami. I think Miami's probably the second most flawed.
Yeah, because I'll go with you. The Alabama is a team that has had moments, but there's nothing that they have where you're like they're elite at this or they're really good at this. And we thought Ty Simpson was going to be that guy, but he fell off at the end of the year. The defense hasn't really been there. We know that the run game's a detriment to them, but they don't have. There's no signature part of this Alabama team. And it feels like when you get in the playoffs, there's always something you kind of have to rely on or go back to. And it doesn't feel like that at all for this Alabama team. Like there's nothing that they have where you go, oh, this is what they're faithful in and this is what will work for Alabama. I don't know what that is for them.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like Ty Simpson is talented, but number one, he doesn't get enough time to throw. Like it seems like he's constantly running for his life, or there's miscommunications up front. Maybe part of that's to do with him with identifying blitzes or something like that. But there is nothing that this Alabama team can really lean into and be successful with. Miami can at least lean into their defense. But like, I don't think that there's a singular thing that Alabama can lean into and be successful with at a consistent level.
Yeah. By the way, here the dog, Bama Bruce is very pumped, very excited. I'm actually, you know what? He was really excited. It's Monday now. He's probably already moved on to being worried about next week. Knowing Bruce, probably haven't talked to him today, but he's probably already moved on. And it now is like, well, we're gonna lose. I'm with you. I'm with you. I think and then Miami's next because Miami, you said, extremely one-dimensional on offense. They do have something going for them on offense, but it is a running back. Carson Beck didn't look good at all. I mean, he was doing nothing special in that game. So it comes down to they were able to run the football. Mark Fletcher Jr. had 172 yards, so he did have a 56-yarder in there, but he also ran the ball pretty effectively throughout. 10.1 yards per carry, did whatever he wanted. Carson Beck only threw for 100 yards. Not really receiving, not really the throwing that you want to have in a game against a team that maybe has better run defense and is going to give Mark Fletcher trouble. That seems like it's going to be their big problem. We know they have pass rush as well in there, and Ruben Bain is a beast, had 3 sacks in the game. He's a monster. They can come after you at the sack, at the pass rush part of the game. Maybe their secondary is not as elite as some of these other teams where you get a better quarterback. They'll be able to pick it apart a little bit more, but that pass rush definitely is.
Man, Texas A&M's offensive line needs to learn to shut the hell up, because this is 2 weeks in a row that they've talked a bunch of smack before the game and gotten absolutely embarrassed. Yep. And Ruben Bain had 3 sacks in this game, then comes out on Instagram Live, says F60, F Mike Elko, y'all are a bunch of bums, and then comes back after that in the press conference and talks even more smack about how much they're pretenders and how soft they are and all this stuff. I mean, you're giving people motivation to come after you week after week. And they're like, I feel like this Texas A&M team got really high on themselves, and it ended up being a major detriment. Like, you need to learn to be able to handle success and not become too cocky. I think that was a big issue for them. Is they were very arrogant.
Oh, you mean like their prodigal son?
Yes.
Johnny Manziel?
Yes, exactly like Johnny Manziel. They were extremely arrogant, and it came back to bite him. Marcel Reed got sacked 7 times. Ruben Bain was unstoppable in this game. And that has to be addressed. Like, you get media training before the season, and like they sit you down for an hour and they're like, okay, this is what you're supposed to do with the media. And they do it with every player every year. And still, for some reason, Trey Zune comes out and talks shit about everybody, and then he gets embarrassed.
Oh, we're not worried about them. You should be. You should be worried. You should say things like they're really talented and they're a really good football team. And we're gonna go out there and we're both gonna play our best game. And I think we're gonna come out on top. And then that's still saying we think we're better than them, but not in the way you're saying it.
Yeah, I mean, you should be worried about a guy who's probably going to be a top 5 NFL draft pick.
Yes. Oh man. So wait, did you see the Johnny Manziel college game day stuff?
Oh yeah, he was at the Jake Paul fight, having a blast, and then all of a sudden he gets sick and he can't go to the college game day because he's got some kind of virus.
He was too sick in between 12 p.m. like 1 a.m. on Saturday and 6 a.m. on Friday night, 1 a.m. Friday night to Saturday morning. So in those 4 to 5 hours, he got really, really sick. And he was drinking and having fun on Friday. I've been sick plenty of times and I've been hungover plenty of times. Also, if you're Johnny Manziel, you can't come out and be like, people are spreading rumors. You're like, dude, that's you. You're the guy. You're that guy. We know who you are. You can't not do it. But if I'm the Aggies, I'm looking at that and I'm going, you know what? We need to be more like Alex Caruso, less like Johnny Manziel.
I said something before the A&M game. Jimbo Fisher was there doing TV stuff, and he was at Kyle Field. And I was like, they need to be careful. This could have a Brandon Walker, Ted Cruz type effect. It did. It was bad juju. Not only did Jimbo Fisher show up, Johnny Manziel didn't show up.
Then post a thing. I'm at 3 of 10 right now. Dude, then stop drinking and doing drugs. How about that? Especially, you know what? Don't even stop drinking and doing drugs. Live your life. But don't commit to be on something at like 6 o'clock in the morning and then party all the night before.
Yeah. And you know what, Patrick? I think that this weekend was quite possibly the best sports weekend of my life.
Did you get something else good news?
Not only did Oklahoma get embarrassed, not only did Texas A&M get embarrassed, not only did Ole Miss look unbelievable, and my two of my best friends got on the TV broadcast in the stands, which was really cool.
Nice.
Jake Paul got his lights knocked out.
Yeah, no, that was fun.
I mean, that was just a cherry on top. And then after that, Dave Chappelle went live with a new stand-up special right after the Jake Paul fight. I was like, wow, this is the best weekend ever.
The best.
It wasn't a very good stand-up special, but I was excited about it.
Yeah, the Jake Paul, we ended up watching that one after the game, and then you were just like, oh, this is kind of fun. There was a younger person there who was like, but Jake Paul's this, and I'm like, all right, we're not gonna have this fight. I'm sure you and your frat buddies really all enjoy Jake Paul, but he is a Nepo baby who has basically had tons and tons of money from his family given to him to be able to start a career when you just paid to get on YouTube and you get all your stuff. And then he was able to turn that into a decent boxing career. He's a very good promoter, but he's also an idiot. And all he does is try and make the world a worse place by just being an ass and make money off of making the world a worse place. So I enjoy him getting punched in the face.
He was getting his ass beaten that entire time. And then like right before he knocked out, he tried to do that thing where he stuck his eyes out real big and waved his tongue at Anthony Joshua. Like he wasn't feeling a thing. And then like 30 seconds later, he got his jaw broken.
Yeah. Good stuff. It's good stuff.
Fantastic.
All right. So if we look at that and now we look at the other teams still in the playoffs, who is your next most flawed team, Matt?
I'd probably say Texas Tech, just because I don't know that their offense is elite enough to compete at a high level against some of these better defenses. I think their defense is unbelievable.
Yeah.
But it just kind of seems like they're a tier below everyone else in terms of talent and just across the board and coaching and all that stuff. It just seems like they're a level below everybody else.
It does, and we haven't seen him play against real talent, really, so we don't know yet. We haven't seen him play against really good teams. The stat that is damning for them, if you want to look at what could probably be their biggest flaw, at least in the regular season, they are 101st nationally in red zone touchdown percentage at 56.2% in scoring touchdowns in the red zone. So something Texas fans know plenty about. You got to be able to score touchdowns when you start to play these really good games. And that to them, if you're not able to do that against the Big 12, what are you going to do in the playoffs against these really good teams if you were not able to get in the end zone there? Because we know Texas had its same issues before this. So we can see that. So I think we go Tech there. Then do you go Ole Miss, Oregon, or do you go to one of these top teams? Because I feel like the top three feel like they're the top three.
Yeah, so there's 5 other teams left.
Yes.
I really hate to do this, but I think it's Ole Miss. I don't think that Ole Miss's defense is tight enough to get through Alabama and then get through Ohio State and then potentially win a national championship. There's just too many holes on that defense. I mean, we saw it against Georgia in the regular season. Georgia did not punt the ball once. And I'm legitimately scared that that's going to happen again in this game this coming weekend, is that they're not going to be able to stop Georgia a single time. And, get through Georgia. Like that seems almost like an impossibility to me at this point. Like, I think they can, but I think that it's an extremely steep uphill climb to be able to beat Georgia.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. That's going to be a really tough one for them. We know that. Again, it's a game that's already happened. Beat a team twice in the same season, extremely hard to do. So Ole Miss may have that going for them if they can get a win against Georgia. That one's going to be tough. Then we'll go Oregon, I guess. And Oregon has had some injuries in the wide receiver room. They've had a couple different pieces go missing. They feel like they're a good team, but it also feels like sometimes they can't get over that hump. And for Oregon, can they come out and just continue to do what they did early against James Madison, or do they get a little bit cocky after winning a game?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Oregon's biggest flaw is they're just not very healthy.
Yeah.
Their best receiver has been on the sidelines all year long, and maybe he'll play in their next game against Texas Tech. I don't think they're going to need him against Texas Tech. I think they're going to be okay. But even like inserting a guy into the rotation at this point in the season, I don't even know what that does. It just felt like there's something missing with Oregon all season long. And I can't quite put my finger on what that is.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
And yeah, Woodcrest, look, this is an extremely hot take, and I understand that before I say it. But I think that Ole Miss had the best roster in college football last year. And if they hadn't have imploded against Florida, they had a really good shot to win a national championship, because that defense was unbelievable. And now that defense is a shell of itself.
Yeah, defense is. It's sad to see Walter Nolan get hurt yesterday too.
Oh, did he? I didn't see that.
Yeah, non-contact injury, never good. He came off a block, came around, grabbed his knee, and fell to the ground. Never good. So Carter's off the field. So he was having such a good season too for Arizona. He looked really good when he came back. But we'll see that. All right, 3 more teams to go. Who do you put as your third most flawed team, Matt?
Probably Indiana, even though they're the only undefeated team in the field.
I mean, for Indiana, they did get Stephen Daly got hurt, which is not good for them because he's a really good defensive lineman for them. They have the lack of experience for them when we put them with with Ohio State and Georgia, who are two national championship coaches, and that kind of pedigree kind of put into those programs. But for Indiana, they don't have that. But their roster has been playing pretty well, so they get the flip of it. The injury is not good, but outside of that, Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, things feel pretty good for them. They just haven't necessarily had the experience.
Yeah, and that's probably their biggest disadvantage is they haven't been on these stages before, and they handled it okay in the Big Ten championship game. But can they do that 3 weeks in a row now in the biggest stage in college sports? I don't know.
Yeah. Then do you go Georgia or Ohio State on that next one?
I mean, I really don't think either of these teams is that flawed.
I think we know the two flaws that we could go for both these teams is that Georgia's pass rush has not been the pass rush of Georgia's past.
Yeah.
So that's, you can kind of look at that and go, that's their weakness, is that they don't necessarily have that death-defying pass rush they've had for years past. And for Ohio State, you probably go, they can't run the ball like they have in years past.
Yeah.
That they just haven't been as dominant as a run team as they have been in the past. So those are both weaknesses for the teams, but not necessarily like, Georgia's down pass rushing year is still better than several teams' pass rushes, and Ohio State's down rushing year is still better than many teams rushing. They're still by far not the worst rushing team that was in this playoffs. They're not the worst rushing team still in this playoffs, but they're not the same level they've been at in years past.
Yeah, I thought they would be better running the football. I really did. Let me see where they rank nationally. I mean, they rank 64th, which isn't great, but they're obviously a better team running the football than Alabama.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty much it, though. So, yeah, they're going to need to figure that out. What is different about Ohio State than any of these other teams is their quarterback just doesn't turn the ball over.
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't Julian Saint have like one interception this year?
6 interceptions this year.
Really?
6, yeah.
Oh, well, I was wrong about that. Apologies to the chat. I thought he had way less than that, but either way, he's extremely efficient, and
he threw 2 against Ohio, 1 against Grambling. So
Okay.
in conference play, he had 1 against Purdue, 1 against Michigan, and 1 against Indiana.
Okay. So I was wrong about that. I thought for some reason, I thought he had like 27 or like 30 touchdowns and 1 interception. I don't know where I got that, but either way, he takes care of the football. He's extremely efficient with the football. He's got the best wide receiver group in college football, I think, by a wide margin at this point. The only one that comes close to me in the playoff that's left is, probably Georgia. But I think that he has 3 first-round picks that he's throwing the football to right now. And he completes 78% of his passes. I mean, that's unbelievable.
Yeah. No, it's ridiculous.
So, they're going to be really hard to beat. And they have the 2 best defensive players in college football, probably, and Caleb Downs and Arvell Reese.
Yeah. No, they're going to be a problem to get out. It's going to be fun to watch these next round of games to see. That Indiana-Alabama game is interesting to see if Alabama can put up a fight in it, because we just don't know. Texas Tech-Oregon is interesting to see if Texas Tech puts up. Like, I'm not quite sure on some of these teams if they, if it's real or not. But we know Ole Miss and Georgia should be a lot of fun. And
should
what's
be.
the other? I mean,
I don't know. Look, my inner rebel is terrified right now.
Yeah, I mean, it could end up SEC championship game. So could Miami and Ohio State. But I think those should be fun games, at least to start off. And it could be get boat race later in there, but I think they could be fun games, really fun games. I think all 4 could be fun. So it's better than this week where I knew 2 of them would be bad.
I do not think. I mean, I guess we'll talk about this later in the week, but I do not think Miami stands a chance in hell against Ohio State.
I think they can make it interesting early. That's you got to try and make it interesting early. All right, let's take our first break here, Matt. When we come back, we'll get into our overreactions from the college world, the NFL world, get into some more NFL talk. And whatever you guys want to talk about in the chat and over there on the text line, hit us up. We'll keep going here into hour 2 of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Welcome back to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open, 512-222-9328. And, of course, on the chat there, Facebook, Twitch, X, and, of course, on YouTube. Give us a like and a subscribe as we keep up with you over the bowl season, holiday season. We appreciate you hanging out with us. Know you've got a lot going on during the holiday season, so we appreciate you hanging out with us and talking some football, maybe a little basketball. Maybe Texas basketball does play tonight, so maybe we'll get a little bit into Texas versus Maryland Eastern Shore. Matt,
sounds exciting.
Basketball powerhouse Maryland Eastern Shore. Texas
what is their mascot?
The Hawks.
Oh, that's boring.
I know it's not anything. It's not like the Dolphins or the Kangaroos that we play.
If you're going to be like a really directional tiny school like that, you got to come up with a cool mascot, like the wildebeests, or the abominable snowmen, or the Yetis or something.
I like it. Yeah, you got to go like minor league baseball team.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want the Hawks. Hawks is so boring. Come on, guys. You could do better.
You can.
Hopefully the game will be boring tonight and Texas will just have a good win and we won't have to worry about too much. We've talked a lot about the college football playoffs so far, talked about some of the other things in college football. We'll go into more if you guys want to bring up stuff about it and have questions or any of that, and they're not just trolling us. We will go into them. We try and respond to everybody who's not just trolling us on the chat or on the text line. But also every Tuesday, we normally do our overreactions. But we're pushing it to a Monday because we've only got 2 shows this week. We'll be off Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday to celebrate Christmas because it's hard to keep the shows going when people start to travel to get to wherever they're going for Christmas or for the holidays. So we'll be off Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday to be with our families and friends and have a good holiday season. We hope you do too. But we're going to move over to overreactions, which is what we do every week, where I will give Matt some overreactions I have read, heard, or maybe just made up, and see if Matt believes they're overreactions or if they are justified thoughts about some of the actions in college football and in the NFL. First overreaction, Matt. There were not 12 playoff teams this season.
I think I agree with that. I think there was 8, maybe.
Yeah.
And I don't think the team that got the 8th seed was the 8th team.
No, I think Alabama's probably the 8th.
No, I don't.
You don't? Who you put Texas at 8? Notre Dame at 8? BYU at 8?
Probably Notre Dame or Texas, I think would have the best argument for it. But I don't think that Oklahoma or Alabama were really legitimate playoff teams.
I think Texas and Notre Dame go into the argument of teams playing really well at the end of the season. That you could look at them and say, these teams are playing, they've gotten much better. They're playing much better football at the end of the season. Unfortunately, in college football, that is not a deciding factor. So
yeah,
it goes down to you lost a game to Florida early, or for Notre Dame, you lost some big games early. You don't really have quality wins. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, so what do we define as a legitimate playoff team? Is it a team that has an opportunity to win a national championship?
I would say I would go with a team that are like on the outskirts of it, is a team that you think, all right, these guys have a shot, that if things go right, they do have like an elite ability of some type, or they got something that you go, okay, maybe these teams could go out and do something, and probably not a team that loses at home, when they're favored.
Then there's probably 5 or 6 teams, not even 8.
Yeah.
I think Indiana, Ohio State, Georgia, Texas Tech, maybe Oregon and Texas A&M are fringe on that list.
Yeah.
But yeah, so 5 or 6.
5 or 6. Yeah, it's it doesn't feel like we need to expand this playoff from just what
Or
I
not
watched.
Texas A&M, sorry, Ole Miss. They're way better than Texas.
I figured you went there. But it doesn't feel like we need to expand that playoff. Just saying, we watched and I was like, it doesn't feel like there's 16 teams that need to be in it. Now you could say, well, we'll get, that would let Notre Dame and Texas and some of these teams get in that maybe would have a better run. And you go, yeah, but still those guys aren't going to win it all. And we're just delaying the inevitable now. And you're still letting in these teams that we all know shouldn't be in, but you just have to let them in because they're not playing anybody. And so I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily put that. By the way, Notre Dame and USC, that is not happening now. That is officially off the table. They couldn't come to an agreement. They're going to try and pick it back up in 2030. But just interesting that Notre Dame's going to drop the only decent win they had this season. They're dropping now. So
in favor of BYU, Mormons versus Catholics. Let's go.
All right. Our next overreaction here, Matt. Oklahoma needs to move on from John McClain.
Yep. Yeah.
There's a bunch of quarterbacks in the portal. There's a bunch of people you can go after. I mean, is this real that you say after one season? But now, if you do that, are you saying Ben Arbuckle has to go? Or are you saying Arbuckle can stay and we're going to bring in another quarterback, or we're going to change up the whole offense?
So I think that there's one of two things that could happen here. I think that John McClain could progress over the offseason, and this offense could become a lot better going into next season because he takes a step forward and he becomes a little bit more mechanically sound and is not jumping in the air while he's throwing and doing all these crazy moronic things that he does. Or I think that the offense is going to be the exact same. and it's going to be a disaster next year. I don't know how much you can really separate if it's John Mateer or Ben Arbuckle. So, I'm not a fan of moving on from an offensive coordinator after one season. But if this guy's entire resume and career as to why he's a highly sought after guy is because of one player who isn't very good, then maybe you need to figure something else out.
All right. I think you'd probably keep Arbuckle and give him another shot. But I think if you go out there and you're like, yeah, Mateer, you can move on. We're not mad at you. You don't make good enough decisions. And I don't think that's going to change.
Well, here's the question I would ask is who out there can they go get their hands on that's going to be better? Well, if you ask PFF, then there's 249 quarterbacks playing Division I or Division II college football that are better than John Mateer.
That's the thing, is I think you could find somebody who would come in and be able to do a little bit more for you.
But Sam Leavitt, maybe, Josh Hoover, Brennan Sorsby, all those guys feel like they would be better options right now for Oklahoma's offense than John Mateer.
Yeah, I would say, because it feels like Leavitt's probably going somewhere bigger. Like to a better offense, but Hoover might be one that if he doesn't end up at Tech, might be somebody that would be interested. All right, next overreaction, Matt. Ole Miss will be better without Lane Kiffin.
Long term?
I mean, going forward.
After one game, it seems like it. I don't know. I think it's possible. There's a lot less distraction. There's a lot less gravitas and noise and all this stuff. Like it seemed like that team just went out and played football. And it didn't keep becoming like this Lane Kiffin conversation and always panning to Lane Kiffin to see his reaction and him throwing a clipboard in the air or him talking about getting a mustard bottle thrown at it, like all this kind of stuff. So maybe I believe in Pete Golding. I think they'll be good for a long time.
Yeah, I've just heard this more from people that are going about Ole Miss and being like, it just feels now. The question is going to be what they do offensively without Charlie Weiss Jr. and how much does that really affect them when they move on. But a lot of people feeling that the atmosphere right now with Pete Golding is much better than it was with Lane Kiffin. And, I think there's a lot of optimism right now. And yes, Victor, Golding he's already been named the next coach of Ole Miss. It is not interim label for him. He is the next coach. All right. So, and Joe has put this up here a little bit, but it's on my sheet too. The playoff auto bids must change again after blowouts. We know they changed already last year. After last year, they said all right, we're not just giving it the top seeds to the conference champions. We're going to move on. Here's what Joe is putting out there, which is that part of the MOU, that is the Notre Dame ranked, if they're 12th or higher, gets in. We'll say that now all the Power 4 conferences get in no matter what. Conference champions get in no matter what. And the G6 gets a spot. So now we're saying 5, possibly 6 auto bids in a 12-team playoff. And now you get Duke would have been in, what we're saying. So the fix for it is Duke would have been in and Miami would have been out.
Well, I don't know that that's what he's...
Well, I guess James Madison would have been out. Duke would have been in and James Madison would have been out.
Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily the direction that we should go. I don't think there should be any auto bids. I don't think anybody should get an auto bid. I think it should be the top 12 ranked teams. Period.
No, I mean, I get where you're coming. I know the Big 10 and the Big 12 and ACC will never go for that because they know they're going to get left out on some of these, and you can't,
of course,
leave them out of the conversation when doing it. But it does feel like you have to change it again. I think that what we've talked about a lot is dead on. There's a cutoff. If you are a conference champion that is below a certain ranking, and I even say, okay, you get to pick who your your person in is. So we'll take the highest ranked team. So Miami would have gotten in the ACC's bid, but we wouldn't give it to Duke. Say, no. If your conference champion is below 20th or below 15th, they don't get in.
Yeah.
This is only a way to get the last couple guys in, and if you're in there. But if you're not 15th or 20th or somewhere, whatever you want to mark that line at, then you still get a team in, but it's basically we'll take the highest ranked team.
Yeah,
if they're not above 20, then no one gets in. Like, you have to be ranked above this point.
Yeah, but I also think that you need to get rid of the Notre Dame auto bid after or whatever, obviously. And I think you need to get rid of the group of 6 auto bid. That's really hard to do because they're probably going to sue for whatever the suit would be. But, they need to have a chance. But like I said earlier in the show, you need to make it special.
Yeah.
Like, you need to be USF in the preseason and then win out on the rest of your schedule.
No, I agree. Yeah, you gotta have scheduled games. You have to have strength of schedule. Your strength of schedule has to be somewhere. And I know strength of schedule is hard because if you scheduled somebody who's good and they turn out, so you schedule Florida State and you scheduled Florida, then this season you come back and go, well, we scheduled Florida State and Florida and they both just turned out to be bad.
Mm-hmm.
How was that? Like, we scheduled them. So I get you have to play some Power 4 teams and try and get there. And Joe, I get the college football playoffs is still going to be there. The credit I'll give them is that they did change some things after last season when they realized it didn't work, and I'm hoping that they try and figure that a little bit more and better than what that MOU is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next overreaction, Matt. Texas needs to outspend everyone in the transfer portal this year.
I think that's probably a little hyperbolic, but I do think they need to make a heavy investment into it.
This is the problem with Texas is, there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to be throwing a lot of money at the transfer portal. And when you say there's like 2 to 3 DBs you're looking at, and now they all cost well over what you want to pay for them. Are you willing to go and pay that for that guy to make your team a championship team next year? Or are you willing to say, which they've said on a number of players so far, okay, we'll move on. Texas Tech went the opposite direction. Texas Tech just outbid everybody, and they're number 4 in the nation playing in the college football playoff right now. So I know that there's people out there, Matt, who believe Texas has more money than anybody but the Catholic Church. So Texas has to go into this portal and say, this is it. We're going all in. And everyone's going to have to take it that we're not going to be able to do this again for another 2 or 3 years. But they need to go in this portal and outspend everybody.
Again, I don't think it needs to be everybody, but I think it needs to be the majority of people for sure. You need to go get 12 to 15 players, probably 4 or 5 of those on the offensive line, 1 or 2 running backs, a linebacker, a couple defensive backs, defensive tackle. I think that considering the fact that you have Arch Manning in a very small window with Arch Manning remaining, then you need to go out and make sure that you capitalize to the best of your ability. Like, if you're really serious about winning a national championship, you have to go do it.
Yeah, I will say Texas has been pretty on point of staying within their budget, treating this like an NFL program and, trying to stay within a budget. I think you have to be a little bit more flexible on that this offseason. Now, I'm with you. You don't have to outspend everybody, but you do have to be more flexible on what you're spending. That if a player you really wants to be is in there, you can't just go, well, our budget's 1.5 and he wants 1.9. We're not going for him.
Nico Iamaleava has re-signed with UCLA after throwing for less than 2,000 yards this season.
Oh man, isn't it great to see college sports? Isn't it fun?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is. But yeah, I'm with you. I think you have to. I think you have to go and try and go slightly above where you were going before. You have to be open to those negotiations. You can't be as stubborn about this is all we have to spend. But, it is.
You need to go out there and throw some haymakers.
Yeah, you got to go land some of these big names. And your big name can't be Jack Andrews.
It needs to be Jaden Ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, well, you need 2 or 3 of those guys, though. Like, you got to land them. And that's not a shot at Jack Andrews. It was just like, Jack Andrews was really a good name, and glad we got him. But also, you need to go, some of these top names that are out there every year that do require a pretty penny. You're going to have to go get at least one of the big names and get some other big names out there.
So you know how like 24/7 Sports and On3 does their transfer portal rankings of players, kind of like they do with recruiting?
Yes.
You need to go get like one of the top 1 or 2 players at every position of need that you have and all of those rankings.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. And you have to spend some money to do that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Last college football overreaction. Getting embarrassed in the first round of the playoffs is worse than the committee not putting you in the playoffs.
Yep.
Not an overreaction.
No, I think that's fair. Like, I think that if you're a Texas fan, you can sit there and be like, we have won more college football playoff games in this calendar year than Texas A&M and Oklahoma combined.
Yeah.
And we didn't go out and lose by double digits like James Madison and Tulane. Like it makes Texas look better because it's like, yeah, they probably should have been in.
Yeah, because when you say the line of, well, you guys made the playoffs, and then you go, yeah, but what happened? You're like, well, we shit the bed. That's not as good so Texas, they did shit the bed against Ohio State, but they did not. They did win some playoff games last year, so we will give them that they do have wins on their record. They do have wins on their resume. So I agree that it sucks when you don't get put in, but Oklahoma and A&M trying to brag that they were in and we are not is now a committee decision because they did not win a game. If they won a game, they have something to say. But without winning a game, you're like, the committee said that you were better than us, and you guys couldn't win.
If you don't win a game, it's like, all right, little bro, we're playing the same amount of games this postseason. Who gives a shit?
All right. Let's hit some NFL overreactions now, Matt. By the way, if anybody has any overreactions they would like to throw in, throw those in to the chat or the text line, and we will try and get to them. I think Bob's behind us, by the way. In the chat. Let's hit our NFL.
I mean, I'm not a football coach, so.
I'm not a football coach either. How about we get into some NFL reactions? This one I did read this morning. Quinn Ewers did not do enough to keep the starting job in Miami. Quinn Ewers got his first start, played really well in the first half, was looking pretty good. In the second half, it starts to go downhill. 2 interceptions in the second half. One of those was a tip pass where he threw the ball off the receiver's hands and an interception. But at the end of the day, it does come back and go in there. Joe Burrow has a great game. Joe Burrow ends up throwing for 309 yards and 4 touchdowns. Quinn Ewers, 20 for 30 for 260 and 2 interceptions in the game. Didn't take a sack, though, which is impressive for him. Not taking a sack. I know it's the Bengals, but not necessarily the weekend you wanted to have from Quinn Ewers. What's your thoughts on that, Matt?
Well, I don't think that he did enough to assure himself to be the starter next year.
Yeah.
But, I mean, what quarterback does when they get into the season late in the year replacing a starter and you're just kind of seeing what you got with the guy, So I think he'll play better as the rest of the season goes on. Got a couple more games.
No, exactly. I saw this come out today and I was like, you think they're going to make the decision on if they were going to look for another quarterback this year or not on one game? I don't think that was true. I don't think if Quinn Ewers threw for 700 yards and 8 touchdowns that they would have been like, well, shut it down. He's our new future quarterback. They would have been like, hey, let's play some more games. Let's see how this works out. Speaking of which, Jackson Dart didn't do enough to keep the starting job in New York going into next season. Jackson Dart, really bad start for him this weekend. He's had some good games, had some games that are kind of down, dealt with some injuries back and forth, but playing against this Minnesota team really didn't have a good game. 7 for 13 for 33 yards and an interception passing, and then 2 rushes for 7 yards. Not a game you want to remember if you are Jackson Dart.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like, if you're the Giants and you end up having the number 1 pick or the number 2 pick, do you really think that Fernando Mendoza or Ty Simpson or, I mean, who are the other top quarterbacks in this class even?
Dante Moore, probably.
Dante Moore. Like, do we think that they're going to come in and be better than Jackson Dart and give you a better opportunity to win? Or do we think that when Jackson Dart gets Cam Scadaboo back and
Malik
Neighbors back and they're a little bit healthier and maybe they can get him some protection or add something to the defense or whatever, that they're not going to be a better football team?
Well, I would agree with you. Just saying, seeing people getting freaked out about these guys having a bad game late in the season, in their rookie season. It's kind of shocking, you know. All right. Our next overreaction, Matt. The Lions Super Bowl window has closed.
I don't think so.
They lost this weekend to in another another game against the Steelers. They were trying to come back. They had the ball, throwing the ball into the end zone at the end of the game to try and win that game. They had the weird play where they get a pass that stopped at the 1 foot line, and then he falls backwards and then throws the ball down, and Jared Goff picks it up and dives into the end zone. And they come back and they say the result of the play was a touchdown, but pass interference on the offense. Game's over.
I don't think it's closed. I think they just need to add a couple pieces.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think it's closed either. You still have Jared Goff. I know he hasn't been the same. I know Ben Johnson not being there is there. I do feel like it was like this would be saying a year ago that the Eagles window was closed when they had a down season and then they were back in the Super Bowl again. So I think that you could look at this and easily say they're not done. They just got to kind of figure out their coordinator positions, their play callers, and I think they'll be right back in there. But yeah, not the game they wanted to see. The Steelers 9-6 now, but DK Metcalf suspended for 2 games for his altercation with a fan. I have a take that's probably not as popular, especially not on Twitter or anything else. I think a player should be allowed to punk a fan once a year. Every player should get to punk 1 fan a year. So, like, you just wait, and then you have that really annoying fan who thinks he's untouchable, and you're just like, hey, dude, you don't get to treat people like that. And
let him punk somebody, but don't let him assault them.
He didn't. He grabbed his shirt, he pushed him back. He didn't really hurt him. He didn't. They keep saying he punched him. I'm like, he didn't punch him. If DK Metcalf punched the guy, the dude would know DK Metcalf. Have you seen DK Metcalf?
Well, yeah, if DK Metcalf punched the guy, he would have fallen out of the stands and onto his face.
I'm all about it. You keep talking trash to these large men, there should be comeuppance for it. I think there should be comeuppance for people who think they can say whatever they want. And if those NFL players want to go online and find somebody who thinks they're invincible behind a keyboard, they can do that too. Once a year, you're completely legally allowed to punk out somebody who is talking more trash than they should probably be doing.
DK should have just pointed to the guy and said, get him the hell out of here.
No, I agree. I think DK was wrong because there isn't that rule. I'm agreeing that it is wrong that you shouldn't touch a fan because there isn't that rule. I'm just in favor of a fan when you sign a contract, when you walk into these events, that they're like, hey, if you go over the line, this guy's going to be able to come over and say something to your face and grab you. Not allowed to hurt you. He didn't hurt the guy. Shook him up, one of those things. He assaulted me. Like, come on. You yelled insults at him for 3 hours straight, and then you're like, I can't believe this guy told me to stop. Come on. Yeah, that happens. I know everybody loves talking trash from the stands. I like talking trash from like 78th row. It's much more fun for me. He won't ever hear me. I'm not hurting anybody's feeling. You're just having a good time. Not that guy, though. And then we don't know the whole story. I know DK Metcalf said one thing, the fans say another, and they're like, on the video, he doesn't say any of the things. Like, he could have said it 20 times before the camera started rolling, though. We don't know. I have not seen that, and I was not there. All right. Here's another one, Matt. The Bucks collapse will cost Todd Bowles his job. The Bucks now 7-8, second in that division. They were looking like they were the easy favorites to win it. Todd Bowles is a Super Bowl winning coach for the Bucks, has taken them to multiple NFC South championships, but every year it does feel like there's a weird firing. Every year there does feel like there's one or, somewhere across where someone's just like, nope, we're moving on. The Bucks collapse will toss Todd Bowles his job, Matt. What do you think?
Well, would it really be a weird firing if you've lost 7 of your last 9 games and your only 2 wins are over the Saints and the Cardinals and you beat the Cardinals by a field goal?
Yeah, because you still give somebody more, because there was a ton of injuries, and you normally give a guy more than 1 year with a ton of injuries.
Yeah, but yes, I agree with you 100% that you have to give a guy, more than a year. But this is also a team that, had to win 6 of its final 7 games to make the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
So it seems like they're underperforming a lot.
I'm with you. I think this is a reality of there's a pretty decent chance that Todd Bowles does not come back next year as the Bucks coach. They've also had 2 guys that have left and become head coaches elsewhere, and they're both doing really well. And that also doesn't necessarily shine well on Todd Bowles when you're like, well, the Panthers who just beat us took one of our coaches. And then the Jags, who are dominating in the AFC South right now, they also took one of our coaches. So maybe it's not even you, and maybe we should just go get one of those guys, like someone who's really good, and you're not the winning piece. I think it's worth noting because I think that that's a decent chance because they have played really bad down the stretch of this season.
Yeah, they've been awful. And injuries happen, and they've been decimated by injuries. But at the same time, it's like at a certain point, you need to be consistent. And they haven't been consistent under him since Tom Brady left.
Yeah, I agree. All right, our next overreaction, Matt. The Texans' problems with the Raiders show they are not a true contender. The Texans win 23-21, but that game was way closer than it needed to be. And now for 2 straight weeks, they've allowed 20 points to teams that shouldn't be putting up 20 points on them. Ashton Janty looked like an all-star. Ashton Janty, 60-yard reception for a touchdown and 128 yards on the ground for a touchdown, averaged 5.3 yards per carry, had some big breakout plays. The offense was pretty bad all game long. This did not feel like a Texans team that gave you a lot of confidence, Matt.
Well, I don't know that it was this game that said that showed me that they weren't a contender. I haven't ever really thought that they were a contender. They've been playing better.
Yeah.
But I don't think that they're a legitimate Super Bowl contender, and I never have.
So I'll say the flip of this is why their defense had been playing lights out, best defense in the NFL. In the last 2 weeks, the defense slowed down. And that's when you went, oh no, if you don't have that, then there's no way any of this works. Now, part of that is that their offense is just so bad that the defense starts off and gets 4 3-and-outs, and then the offense goes out for it, and they're like, well, now we're tired. We keep playing. You guys have to have some sort of extended drive, and they just can't get it going. I thought their offense was starting to figure some things out. It does not feel like they have figured much out. They're still struggling for the Texans. So, yeah, not the game you wanted to see before they go in and finish out their season. Also, you were hoping the Jags lose to the Broncos. That did not happen. The Broncos finally lose one, so you couldn't even catch up to the Jags. Now you have the Chargers in LA next weekend, and then the Colts to finish off the season in Houston. So you can still win out those games. There's still a chance you can catch the Colts, but the The fact that the Colts won against the Broncos is not great for you, and the fact that you were this not Joe, if they were partying in Vegas, they're definitely tired. they did play in Houston, so they would have been much more tired. But not what you wanted to see out of that game. And final overreaction, the Cowboys need to take a big swing at defensive coordinator next season. We figure basically Matt Eberflus is going to be done. There's not much hope there. They lose to the Chargers 34-17. This, again, just feels like it's inevitable. They're going to fire him and bring somebody else in. Is this you bring in somebody you have a tie to, or do you feel they should take a ridiculous swing for a defensive coordinator position, Matt?
I don't think there's any reason to think they'd be tied to him. So,
well, no, but I'm saying, do you go out when you're hiring your next DC? Do you just go get a guy, like you go get what you've been getting, which is ex-NFL head coaches who are okay, but like all been fired for not keeping up with the times? Or do you go out and try and make a big swing and try and steal a DC, take a defensive coach from college, take somebody and go like, oh no, we're going to try and change things up?
I mean, I think you have to make a big swing. I just don't know what that swing would be. So it's hard for me to say. But you need to make a change either way. Like Matt Eberflus is not working.
No.
So, I mean, do you go? I mean, do you go steal Robert Saleh from the 49ers? Like, who's the big swing that you can actually like realistically even consider is my question.
Oh, I know the one you need to go for. You need
Matt
to go
Patricia?
get Matt Patricia. Yeah, that's the one. You need to go get Matt Patricia. That will definitely work out. See what he's doing in Ohio State?
Pasky's out there. You know,
he's out there. You can go get him. Yeah, I don't know who the big one would be, but it feels like they need to do. I mean, actually, there is an obvious big one. I don't think he would do it, but you call Bill Belichick again. Be like, do you want to be our DC? You're a really good DC.
Zero shot.
Oh, I know.
Less than zero. Negative 100%.
It would be great. It would be great television. So Jerry might pay him a lot of money to do it, but we'll see if that happens. The other big game we saw yesterday, Matt, was the Patriots getting the win over the Ravens, 28-24, and Drake May making the MVP conversation a little bit more clouded. He went for 380, 2 touchdowns and a pick in that game, as he is continuing to put up a fight for the MVP conversation, Matt. It feels like a 2-horse race. I know Josh Allen's kind of in it, which would be the 3rd horse in this race, but it feels like it's Matt Stafford and Drake May.
Yeah, and I think it's a legitimate conversation to have. Drake May's been unbelievable. He really has. I think Matthew Stafford has done more against a tougher schedule, and I think he's got the seniority factor in there too, that maybe that plays a factor. I don't know if it ends up happening or not. Give it to him. Just give the guy the award. He deserves it.
Right now, according to DraftKings, Matt Stafford is minus 215 for MVP. Drake May is plus 180. So those are your two by far frontrunners. Plus 2,500 is Josh Allen, and plus 3,500 is Trevor Lawrence. So, and Trevor Lawrence just boosted himself up there, but he just haven't had the whole season to do it. He's boosted himself up though in that conversation, which again, give all that credit to Liam Cohen for coming in and what he's been able to do, making the game a little bit easier for Trevor Lawrence and getting him to play at the level you want. Which again, I keep talking to someone, they're like, CJ Stroud, man, he just hasn't been the quarterback. And you're like, you know what might help? If he had an actual offensive coordinator. Instead of just hiring a new guy every year and pretending that guy knows what he's doing, maybe if he had somebody who knew how to help him out, maybe that would help him progress. But instead, you just keep changing up systems with guys who have no idea what they're doing. And maybe that's not the best idea for a young quarterback that you're going to pay a bunch of money to.
Is Mike McDaniel guaranteed to come back, or are we still hoping that that's a pipe dream?
No. And the loss with Quinn Ewers, I think if Quinn Ewers played well, it becomes easier. Now he's still got 2 more games, but it's like, is it Tua? Is it a lot of other things? Then do I know? There is definitely no guarantee that he will be back.
Well, we can still hold out hope that he's going to be CJ Stroud's offensive coordinator then.
That'd be nice. That would be nice to bring him in.
Or maybe a play caller for Steve Sarkisian. You never know.
Yeah, that one I feel is way less likely to happen.
100,000% less.
I keep hearing there could be more changes, but I don't feel like it's Kyle Flood. I just don't.
Yeah. I think it would be a few other places before it was Kyle Flood.
Like Chris Jackson feels like the easiest answer for that.
Yeah, his contract's up.
Yeah. And then you just be like, well, we're not really hurting you because you can go back to the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't need it to be released at the time of the coaching carousel for college because we've already talked and you're going to go back. But we're waiting till the end because we're going to go try and snag one of these wide receiver coaches from one of the playoff teams.
I wonder who.
I don't know, but I could assume that they could be trying to make that move and trying to wait and grab somebody that's still in the playoffs. Wouldn't
Here's
surprise
what I hope happens. I hope all of the coaches that they're looking at, like all of the coaches that they want to make changes with, are from Georgia.
Just
like, remember how Sark took a bunch of dudes from Alabama when he came over?
Yeah.
I'm hoping that Will Muschamp does the same thing from Georgia.
Just take all the Georgia guys, steal their entire staff. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't bother me a ton if we got more guys from Georgia. It wouldn't be the worst. I know that one of the names we've heard now is a Georgia guy, so go out there and get some of those guys. But yeah, looking at that MVP race, Matt, it does feel like Matt Stafford is continuing to do enough to stay there. I know he had the one down week, but that's really not enough. It does feel like, even though Drake May is having this great season, there's kind of always been a part for a lot of voters for these kind of awards. We don't want to give it to a fluke. We don't want there to be a fluke MVP where one guy just for one season on a bad schedule or whatever it is lights it up. Again, he just did this to the Ravens, who are not a terrible team. But you're like, we want to make it so where you have to prove it a couple of years. So it feels like a decent enough chance that there will be enough voters to not put Drake May up top because they want to make sure that he is not, he has a second year of being really good. Like Josh Allen didn't win it a bunch of times because they were like, well, we don't know. Josh Allen's the dude. And then finally Josh Allen made it indisputable. He was the guy. So I get that Drake May is having a really hard season to walk away from and say that he's not. But Matt Stafford, again, even in a loss against the Steelers, had 457 yards and 3 touchdowns on Thursday. So, yeah, since Seahawks. So, it does feel like this is still Matt Stafford's to lose in these last couple of weeks. So, if he can just continue to play well enough, then doesn't it feel like it's kind of his to lose right now? Drake May doesn't have really a path to win it. You're playing the Falcons and the Cardinals in your last 2 games. Should be able to put up some points.
And Matt Stafford has been one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL for what? Almost 15 years now. Yeah. And I mean, he deserves to win one before.
And there's also this point that he's only been to like 2 Pro Bowls or something like that, because in Detroit, he just never got any recognition for what he did. And so there may be a little bit more of people being like, guys, we kind of judged him wrong because of where he was at for a very long time. And we should even that back out a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And when he wins MVP, I'm going to put a Matthew Stafford jersey right there.
Okay.
I'm getting an autographed Matthew Stafford jersey, put it right there next to my Eli Manning jersey.
There you go. Which jersey? The Lions jersey?
Yeah.
High school jersey?
No, the Rams jersey.
You going to get the high school jersey?
Nah, Rams. If I can get him to sign it himself, then I would do a Highland Park jersey, but I'm just going to do the Rams jersey, I think.
A little bit eeasier. All right, Matt, let's take our second break. We'll come back. We'll talk a little bit about Texas basketball, what they need to get done tonight to win their game. And we'll wrap it up here on a Monday edition, short week, holiday edition of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Welcome back to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Wrapping it up here on a Monday afternoon. It is a short week for us here. We will be off Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday to celebrate the holidays. Trying to make it easy here on Texas Sports Unfiltered for some of these hosts to go back and see people and go see their family or spend time or travel or whatever you got to do over the holidays. So we'll be off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So tomorrow, a lot of stuff getting us ready for the weekend and the action that will be happening over the weekend. I don't believe we have to give up too much because I think we'll be back again before we actually go to the actual games, the next round of games and the bowl games. So our picks will be a little bit different this week, man. We'll have to figure out where we go with all of our picks for this week. But we'll get into all of that tomorrow, have some more fun in a good week tomorrow. But Texas tonight taking on the Hawks of Maryland Eastern Shore, Matt. Maryland Eastern Shore Hawks. I've not looked where they're at. I'm assuming they're in Eastern Maryland. Somewhere by the shore would be my guess.
That would be a good guess.
You know, but sometimes we get these names and they're not even close to where they're supposed to be from. So let me look real quick. Let me do my in-depth research here. Is it Princess Anne, Maryland is where this school is located. So I don't know where Princess Anne, Maryland is, but I'm going to assume it's Eastern Maryland. It is in Maryland, though. So we have said some of these schools that, like Lafayette, that was from Pennsylvania. Just expecting Lafayette to be in, Louisiana. Just crazily. That's where I was expecting that to be. So Maryland Eastern Shore got blown out by Georgia not many games ago. I would not expect this to be hopefully not a super competitive game. They do have a couple of, guys who play, guards that are 6'7", 6'8". So they're going to try and use that maybe to get some things going, but they're not necessarily great post-up guys. They're just going to try and use their size to play defense on the outside. They've got a 6'9" guy who can shoot the three okay as their leading scorer. So nothing Nothing too crazy. This is the last non-conference game, last warm-up game here for Texas this year, and then next season it'll start into conference play. Joseph Locandro is their 6'9" forward, senior forward, who's a pretty decent three-point shooter, averages 10.4 points per game. But this is in the Maryland Eastern Shore Hawks team that is 4-12 on the season. They lost to Georgia in the second game of the regular season, Matt. 94-29. So they've had some games. Now they've been competitive with other people. They lost to Virginia, but probably not even as bad as us. They lost to Virginia 84-60. So they played 84-60 there. Texas played Virginia, and we lost 88-69. So, roughly the same team that will be playing tonight. Again, you expect Modest Voikatitis to be able to do some things inside. Texas just has to continue to play well without fouling. Play good defense without fouling. Play good defense without fouling. And then the opportunities will arise on the offensive end of the ball because you will get stops. You will be able to start running, playing what Sean Miller wants to do, get mismatches, and be able to exploit those mismatches. Coming out of the breaks, they just have not been playing great offensively, Matt. But this is another one. You just want to see this team come out tonight and play decent football. They are 33.5-point favorites tonight, Matt. 33.5-point favorites in this game.
You better win.
You better win. I agree. You better win. They have a 99% chance on the matchup predictor as well. So this one feels like Texas better get out to a good start. They have not put together a full game yet for Texas. So I'm hoping that they get that done because otherwise it's going to be a rough show when we come back on the air tomorrow. We go in that. All right. Let's get to our meathead of the day, Matt. Meat of the day is a guy we had the other day, but then I saw another clip from this same interview that someone needs to talk to this guy. Matt Stafford needs to talk to this guy, Matt, and be like, dude, what is wrong with you? You're throwing away money. You're throwing away money from endorsements and everything else when you say stupid stuff like this.
I also believe that concussions are all in your head. You just can't think about it. Seriously? So concussions aren't real. It's all in your head. What
about ACL tears?
Puka Nacua believing science isn't real. Concussions aren't real. It's all in your head. So you get hit hard, and then you just think, "Oh, I have a concussion." So now I don't know if he knows this because he's young, and young people sometimes don't know these things. We didn't know a lot about concussions until pretty recently, and so a lot of people had concussions and concussion symptoms and everything else without knowing at all it was concussions. They've existed for a long time. They are a very real thing. And Puka Nacua just saying yet another ridiculous dumb thing. He also, by the way, after losing to the Seahawks last week, tweeted within 10 minutes of the game being over about the refs.
Can we, as a collective society, and as a collective sports, community, please keep our favorite athletes away from live streaming with these absolute morons? Like Aiden Ross and what's the other guy's name?
I have no idea. I only knew Aiden Ross because I saw these clips and had to see who he was. But that's it.
I can't remember the other guy's name, but he's an idiot too. We need to keep people away from them. This live streaming stuff has done nothing but get people in trouble, especially with those two morons. Neon, that's his name, Neon.
Oh God.
Like, just stay away. The same thing happened with Trevon Diggs over the offseason. The same thing happens all of the time. These guys try to bait you into saying something stupid so that it will go viral and get them, make them a ton of money.
Oh man, Puka Nacua, man. People liked you a lot, and it feels like in the last few weeks he has taken the Diego Pavia school of wrecking your image. and just going trying to I'm with you though. I think these people don't realize that there's people around you and people saying nice things to you that are actively trying to destroy you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they realize that yet. Once you're famous and have money, there's always someone to try and make money off of your destruction. Always.
Yes, there is. And Aiden Ross and Neon are two of the best examples of that.
Yeah.
They literally make a living off of going viral.
Yeah.
So why do you think that they're inviting you onto their show so that you can
Hey.
say something dumb that will go viral?
Good news for me. There's no one plotting for my destruction because they have nothing to gain from it. So I'm good to go. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us today here over the holidays. We know you've got a lot going on, so we appreciate you hanging out with us. We'll be back tomorrow talking about everything else that we shove into our week. We're shoving into tomorrow's show, getting you ready for all the sports action that'll happen over Christmas and all the good things. So until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here tomorrow for more